This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey, y'all. Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you all for the kind birthday wishes. Y'all are so very sweet. I greatly appreciate you all. Snarky Pants, thank you for the $10. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. That was so kind. Thank you guys for telling me happy birthday. It's been a good birthday. I spent last night, I'm gonna go back making a bunch of, like, different, backgrounds. I got a bunch of different ones, and that was fun, and I messed my knee up. I was chasing coyotes. Hold on a minute. We were chasing coyotes last night, and I messed my knee up, so I've been inside, plus it's raining. Look at all these little different backgrounds I've got. That's my favorite one, and if I put me up here like it's supposed to be, like, I think it's no. I can't go back to the middle, but, like, if I'm in the middle, you can actually see the pumpkins on the side. I think that one's the prettiest, but this is the witch's cabin, and I like how it's, like, old school. And then we got a bunch of, like, Victorian villages because y'all know I love, like, Victorian houses. I thought that one was cute, but I cover up the ghost, and then there's that one. That one's my favorite, though. Thank you all so very much. Oh, somebody else sent Curious Christine, thank you so much for the 9.99 birthday. That was so very sweet of you. You guys are so very kind. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Y'all have made my day. Mr. Speculating is out of town working. So it's just been a very quiet, relaxing day because I haven't been able to do much. So thank you all so very much for that. That was so very sweet of you guys. I greatly appreciate that y'all have touched my heart this morning. Y'all are so very sweet and kind. Thank you so very much. It's good to see you. Thank you, the classic one. Hio, good to see you. Curious Christine, Lori Ann, Monica, Tom. Abellis is back. We've all been worried about you and looking for you. I sent you an email, but I'm glad to see you. It's good to see you. Tanya and the D. Shelby, aren't they so cute? Oh, I also have a new members clip too. I don't know if y'all will like it, but we'll see. Kat said, "What a sad day yesterday. I wish I was here in Arkansas." My phone went off saying there had been a shooting at a church in Michigan. There had been. Yep. So yeah, I'm probably not going to do that, but thank you, Tom. Um, Tammy, good to see you. Southern Cats, good to see you, and thank you again, Curious Christine. That was so very sweet of you, Kat. It's good to see you. I don't know if I said that. Abellis, my love. Peaches, good to see you. The classic one again. Tanya and the D again. Edith, good to see you. Stephanie Garrett, thank you so much for telling me happy birthday. Oh, I was like, what? Yes, I wish I was 22 today. That would make me happy. Mimi, good to see you. And Kimmy C123, good to see you. And thank you all for the birthday wishes. Thank you again, Snarky Pants. That was so very sweet of you. I greatly appreciate it. Holly, good to see you. Shelby again. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Commander Alpha Turkey, good to see you. I know I said Peaches McClure. Kelly, good to see you. And thank you so very much. That was so sweet of y'all. One sunny day, good to see you. Gigi, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. The Astro from Space and Dandy Lioness, good to see you. Leslie Atkins, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I think that's about everybody. Everybody. Mustang, good to see you, love. Thank you for being here. Abellis has been a member for 11 months. That is amazing. Almost a whole daggum year. That's crazy. That is crazy. Thank you for being a member for 11 months, Abellis. You all make us so happy when you're present, and I hope that the bathroom's turning out good. Thank you so very much. That was so very sweet of you to share your 11-month milestone, and thank you for telling me happy birthday. That was so sweet of you. Stoic Dissension, good to see you, and Hannah UK, good to see you. Again, thank you for sharing that milestone with us today. JDR, good to see you. Okay. So we got quite a lot to talk about today. And I don't know where to start. I know I've got a clip. Let's go to a funny clip since we've been doing that to start the day off. I've got some Halloween clips. All right. We can let's see. I don't know which one to do today. So we'll do a Halloween clip today even though it's not October. I'm going to play this Asian guy. He's kind of funny. It is like he's Asian, and so he makes fun of like stereotypical Asian stuff. So I don't want to necessarily offend anybody, but I saw this and I thought it was kind of funny. So we'll do this one today. And then I've got a bunch of the light shows that they do for Halloween, like different songs and stuff. So we can do that sometimes too. You emailed me. Oh no, it's okay. I'm glad you emailed me back. Okay, so we're gonna watch. This one is called "Why Ghosts Don't Haunt Asians." Y'all might have seen it, but I thought it was kind of funny. Oh, hold on a minute. I'm trying to get lots of these clips so we can do one each day. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you guys. Y'all are so very sweet. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes and thank you so much for the kind words and thank you so much again for that, Monica. That was so very sweet and supportive of you and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you guys. Y'all are so very sweet. I greatly appreciate that. Y'all have made my birthday amazing. Thank you. Y'all are so sweet. What am I going to do with y'all? Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate that. You guys are so very sweet. Thank you. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I greatly appreciate you guys. Y'all are so sweet. I thought that was funny. Yeah, you can see the string. I think he did that on purpose. That guy is so funny. I like his videos. Very, very funny. So I wanted to share that with y'all. I got a couple funny ones and I've already got some Christmas ones too. All right, so to get started today, I'm glad that y'all liked it. I see a lot of people were laughing. That guy's so funny. All right, to get started today, first we're going to go back. I think it was 1991 in Austin, Texas. We had a homicide at a yogurt shop, actually, several homicides. So we're going to take it back and I'm going to read to you guys about the crime from Wikipedia because we have new information that just came out on this. So, December 6th of 1991 at 11 p.m. in Austin, Texas is when this happens. And it reads, the 1991 Austin yogurt shop homicides was a quadruple homicide that took place at an, I can't believe it's, yogurt shop in Austin, Texas, in the United States on Friday, December 6th of 1991. The victims were four teenage girls, 13-year-old Amy Ayers, 17-year-old Eliza Thomas, 17-year-old Jennifer Harbison, and Jennifer's 15-year-old sister, Sarah. Hey, Cindy. You remember watching about it? Good to see you, Miss King of Anything. Yes. I think a lot of us do. Hey, Angela. Thank you. Good to see you. Okay. So Jennifer and Eliza were employees of the shop, while Sarah and her friend Amy were in the shop to get a ride home with Jennifer when it closed at 11 p.m. About 1 hour before closing time, a man was permitted to use the public bathroom in the back. He waited a while and may have jammed a rear door open. A couple who left the shop just before 11 p.m. as Jennifer closed the store. Hold on just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. A couple who left the shop just before 11 p.m. as Jennifer closed the store reported seeing two men at a table acting furtively. Around midnight, a police patrolman reported a fire in the shop, and the first responders discovered the bodies of the girls inside. The victims had been shot in the head, and at least one of them had been RAPED. A 22 and a .38 pistol were used to commit the homicides, and the perpetrator probably exited through a back door that was found unlocked. The organized method of operation, ability to control the victims, and destruction of evidence by arson pointed to adults experienced in crime rather than teenagers, according to one of the original detectives on the case. The Austin Police Department collected DNA from a male suspect as a result of one of the RAPES. After testing it in 2025, the department concluded that it was the DNA of the serial killer Robert, Lord of mercy, I already can't talk. Robert Eugene Brashers. So let's learn about Robert Eugene Brashers. I have a little video on him, and then we might go back to that and continue reading it. Hello? Okay, it told me I lost audio connection. Two of the boys confessed. Two of the four. I heard about that. Two of four boys confessed to the homicides, but it wasn't them. I mean, but think about the tactics back in 1991. They were probably really scared. I'm glad that it's finally got solved to a serial killer. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I'm glad that it's solved finally, and the families can rest knowing that the cases are solved. I mean, 4 teenage young girls, my God, hadn't even started their lives yet. All right, I have this video, and then we'll read some more about the person who committed the homicides. So it because it's articles on my computer, it does play ads. I do apologize about that. But yes, Tom, it just got solved this year, like just I think last week. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can find that news conference real quick. So yeah, evidently, from what I was just told, they solved it using the read technique. No sound. Okay, hold on. Let me try to redo it. Sorry about that. Hold on. Can you hear me? Ah, my knee. It's killing me. Okay, you can hear me. Okay. So it's the video. Okay. Well, they said that there was a presser on it. Let me try to find the presser real quick. I'll pull that video back up. Hold on. Okay. Let me try to pull that back up and see if we can get volume this time. I do have information on the homicide. I mean, the press conference, too. Sorry about that. I don't know why it did that. Okay. It's only a minute video, so I'll just play it again.
After nearly 34
Let
years,
me know if you
investigators
can
say
hear
they've
it.
identified the man responsible for the brutal killings of 4 teenage girls at a Texas yogurt shop. Officials say it was serial killer Robert Eugene Brashers, who shot Sarah and Jennifer Harbison, Eliza Thomas, and Amy Ayers in 1991.
Thank you,
Before
Mark.
setting the Austin yogurt shop on fire, compromising the evidence, and leading to a decades-long mystery.
There was smoke and soot on every surface, so kind of made fingerprinting kind of difficult.
In 1999,
hold on. Those ads make me sad. I'm glad they got help, though.
2 men were arrested for the murders. Both confessed, but later claimed their confessions were made under duress and their convictions were overturned. The case ultimately went cold.
It was unspeakable. You know, you just have all those regrets of not protecting.
An HBO documentary released last month focused new attention on the murders.
We had so many suspects,
but it was never solved.
Now police say using DNA technology, they've been able to link Brashers to the crime scene. Brashers, who's been connected to other murders, died by suicide in 1999. The former lead investigator telling CBS, police believe the gun Brasher used in his suicide is consistent with the bullet casing found in a drain inside the yogurt shop. Brasher's daughter telling our station KVUE she hopes this gives the victim's family some closure.
I'm very sorry for the pain and everything that my father has put everyone through. And I wish my father was here today to be able to be punished for his crimes.
Police are holding a news conference today to explain their findings.
Okay,
after nearly 34 years.
It's interesting. I didn't know he had a daughter. I would love more information from her. I think that's not it. Hold on. Hold on. It's not giving me the option to pull it up. Hold on. I got to pull it up the other way. This page is loading, but I think it's going to show the press conference on the situation. If it doesn't, I'll pull it up on YouTube. I know it's there. Yeah, he committed his own homicide, or he took his own life back in 1999. So we won't ever have answers, unfortunately. But it's interesting. That he that the firearm that he probably used on himself is the same one linked to the one found at the scene of the crime. Okay, I've got this was streamed an hour ago. So it's the most up-to-date information on the case, and it's going to be the presser, but it's a 2-hour-long presser, so we're probably going to kind of skim through it. We do have David to talk about today and a few other things, but hey, Miss North, sorry if I didn't say hey to you. Yes, it's my birthday. Hey, Harlot, and thank you for the happy birthday wishes. He would have been 32 if he died 7 years later at 39. Thank you for that. So he would have been 32 years old at the time of the homicides. Okay. There wasn't a lot of people there, but it looks like the families might have been there. I would think more people would have showed up. There was. It said, remember the article said that there was a 22 and a 38 used in the homicides, and one of the bullet casings from that was found in a drain in the yogurt shop matched the bullet casing of the firearm that he used on himself when he killed himself. And I wonder if he was haunted, by the memory of the girls. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine hurting any kind of life. Even like the geese were like acting a little bit scared last night when we put them up, and so we went out last night with the BB guns, like, and we use BB guns because I don't want to hurt the animals. But there's been raccoons around here and a fox, and then last night we found the raccoon again, the fox, and the coyotes because we haven't been out there for a while. And we were trying to kind of scare them off, but it's like I even feel bad hurting them because they're just trying to get food. However, I can't, you can't be eating my geese and my chickens. So I don't know. I don't know how anybody could take a human life. Like, again, I feel horrible chasing animals of prey away from my animals that are being preyed on. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Maybe the gun jammed or he purposely wanted to mess with the police. I don't know. It's a possibility. The coyotes was crazy. My son, he we have this work light and he can see them, and so he sees them and he tells me he sees them, and then he runs after them, and it's they're just BB guns. I don't even like to shoot them with the BB guns because then they're stuck with BBs in them. But anyway, he saw the coyote going over where the goat pen is, and the goat pen is like just open at the moment, and so he chased them, and we figured out that they're going. Basically, there's one coyote here, like you had said before they do with the dog. There was one in the woods by the goat pen, and it ran down towards the railroad tracks where there was a whole pack of them. But they got way far down the railroad tracks before we could do much. But it was just, ugh. Oh, okay. So, yeah, we do have more information on him. And let me play this because they're going to get started on it, talking about it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk about things that don't really matter. I don't understand how you could hurt anyone, much less innocent little children and things. Okay, thank you, Peaches. Hey, Scratch, and thank you. 3 different types of DNA in the gals. One is a guy, another one was a gal. On a gal from her boyfriend. Wonder if he had an accomplice. I don't know. I want to be very careful because the boyfriend having DNA on or in her, I mean, the girl's boyfriend, his DNA being on or in her, I don't think would be related. And that I mean, I'm sure that was a child at the time too. I don't know. It's a lot to think about one man keeping control of 4 young teenage girls. I mean, but they were young and probably, oh my God, probably, complied. I imagine he went in there and it was something like, if you don't do what I tell you, I'm going to kill your sister or your friend or vice versa. So they all kind of listened and then everything happened. Shannon, thank you so much for telling me happy birthday. Harlot, I can't believe it's not yogurt forever. I thought I hadn't thought about I can't believe it's not yogurt and forever. Yeah, I know. Abellis, oh my gosh, thank you so very much. Wow. For gifting 50 memberships. My goodness gracious. That is a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, right. Like Snarky Pants said, you're a daggum rock star. Thank you so very much, Abellis. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And I can't thank you enough for that. You're so very sweet and kind, and you're just so loved by all of us so very much. Thank you for giving the gift of membership to 50 people in our chat. I greatly appreciate that, and that was so very sweet and supportive of you. That's a daggum lot of memberships. So thank you so much. I know you like the Polar Express, so I'm gonna play the Polar Express, and then I'll play our new Halloween members clip that I made, and I'll explain it to you guys. Welcome to our new members, and if you were the lucky recipient of a membership, please tell Abellis thank you. That is so very sweet and amazing. Thank you so very much for that. You said it's your all. Well, thank you for the birthday memberships. That was so sweet of you. Okay, I'm gonna grab the Polar Express for the first. Thank you so much, Abellis. And this is our new members clip. It's supposed to be a haunted train. So y'all let me know what you think about it. Y'all let me know if you like it or not. I just thought it was kind of cute. The Astro, thank you for saying hey again. It's nice to see you. Miss Moore said all aboard. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $4.99 super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. I have not accessed the live yet to see what it is, but I greatly appreciate the support. Thank you so very much for that. Y'all are so very sweet. Y'all know how to make a girl feel special. I greatly appreciate that so very much. It is it's a super chat. Thank you so much for that. That was so very sweet of you, and I greatly appreciate it. And Mark the Shark, thank you for being a member for a month. That is so cool. If you guys haven't checked out Mark the Shark, please do so because he is doing some things over there. You're doing good. I saw that you're going live like a lot. You got to keep doing that. The more you go live, the more members you'll get. I'm super proud of you for everything you're doing over there. You're doing a great job, Mark. So if you guys haven't checked out Mark, make sure you do so. And thank you for telling me happy birthday. Thank you for being a member for a month. I greatly appreciate that. Do you like the new members clip? Hey Becky, good to see you, and thank you for the happy birthday. Abellis, you like it? Hey Crystal, good to see you. How did this man control four girls? We were talking about that. The All Aboard is so haunting and scary. That one or the haunted train. Bella said, "Help yourself to some cake, guys." Yeah, so the Astro from space. All right, let me get back to it. I was wondering how he controlled four girls too. But when we looked it up, we saw that one was 13, I think one was 15, and then we probably got two 16 or 17-year-old girls. Please forgive me. I don't remember their exact ages. I do know one was 13 and one was 15, and I'm imagining that I know two of them were sisters, and then one was a sister, basically a set of sisters and their friends. So I'm thinking that he went in there and said, if you don't do what I do, what I tell you to do, if you don't comply, then I'm going to kill your sister. I'm going to kill your friend. The only way that y'all are going to leave here alive is to do exactly what I tell you. And that way he kept control. He had two firearms, but it makes me think maybe there was more than one person. I'm not sure. Hopefully this presser will give us some more information, right? Two firearms is interesting. Jennifer, thank you for sharing your 3-month membership milestone. That is amazing. And I greatly appreciate you sharing that with us. Jennifer said, "Hi, so happy to see y'all." I'm so happy to see you too, Jennifer. And thank you for sharing that milestone with us. That is so very sweet. And that is amazing of you. And I appreciate the support so very much. You like All Aboard the best? Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. The man was going around America. Yeah, I don't know much about the serial killer, but we're going to find out. I think the two guns were to make the police think there were two people, possibly. You've always thought it was more than one person. Hopefully, we can find out. So let's see what they say in this press conference. Thank you guys so very much for the support and for everything. Y'all are so very sweet. Y'all made me feel very special today on my birthday. Y'all are so kind. Thank you so much. All right. He's about to start talking.
Families.
I think that was a moment of silence. That's why I was quiet.
Thank you all. Over 3 decades after a horrible crime took the lives of 4 teenage girls.
Yep.
And changed
Thank you,
Austin
Jennifer.
forever. Our hearts haven't healed. They're still broken for the precious girls we lost.
Okay.
We've never stopped sending our love and our prayers to their families. As all of you know, the Austin police have announced that a significant breakthrough has been made in the yogurt shop murder case. The detectives today will outline the timeline and process of their investigation. Their investigation is thorough, and relies on technology that was not available back then. This day has been a long time coming. More than a quarter century ago, in a circumstance much like this today, I said that Austin lost its innocence the night those young souls became victims.
Hey,
Today,
Abraham.
we have some closure. We are
Watch your
different
pants.
people in a different city. Time has passed. We have endured.
No, I looked to see if I could turn the volume up. I'm probably gonna mute myself just so I can make sure it's as loud as it can possibly be. Unfortunately, a lot of times when they do pressers, they're not very loud at all, which kind of sucks. Yeah, Peaches, I'll check Discord as soon as we're done, and I did write it down so I don't forget. Abellis, you're so sweet.
More, have been disappointed, and have felt defeated and devastated. But today, with the resilience needed to endure something this painful, recognizing the scars, the suffering, and while there's no change to the horror, no wiping away any of the wrongs, no diminishing the grief, we can finally express a deep sigh, a release that comes from knowing. Thanks to advancements in science, thanks to the relentlessness of our committed detectives who have lived and breathed this case for decades, thanks to the support of Austin Forensics, and thanks to an unwavering commitment by the City of Austin, today, finally, we have an answer. I'm joined today by our City Manager, T.C. Broadnax, and Deputy City Manager, John Fortune, and we will hear from Austin Chief of Police Lisa Davis, Detective Dan Jackson, who has led this case since 2022, Dr. Dana Cotovy, Director of Austin Forensic Science Department, District Attorney Jose Garza, Mindy Monfort of the Texas Attorney General's Office, and finally, and most importantly, family members of the girls. Chief Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Watson. After 34 years, the Austin Police have made a significant breakthrough in this case. This is one of the most devastating and haunting cases in this city's history. This unthinkable crime has weighed heavily on the hearts and the minds of the family, the community, and the detectives who have tirelessly worked this case. As a mother, I cannot begin to imagine just the grief and the pain that you have endured. For the families of Amy, Eliza, Sarah, and Jennifer, today marks a critical step forward in honoring not only their memory, but getting at truth and accountability. We now have evidence linking a specific individual to this case, Robert Eugene Brashers. The only physical evidence located at that scene has been matched to him. Brashers died by suicide in 1999 after a standoff with police in Missouri. And his DNA has since been, and before this connection, he has been connected to murders and rapes across the country. I am grateful for the advancements in science and technology that have allowed us to uncover this critical evidence, identify Robert Eugene Brashers, and move closer to delivering long-awaited answers for the family and our community. While this is a major step, many questions remain. Our work is not over. The Austin Police will continue to work closely with the State Attorney General's Office, Travis County District Attorney's Office, the Forensic Science Director, Dr. Cotovy, and other partners to ensure this case continues to move forward responsibly and with integrity. I want to thank the men and women who have given countless hours across decades to this case. They have kept this case alive and in the memories of many here in Austin. Their commitment demonstrates the will to never give up and what it means to seek justice and to seek truth. And their work will have a ripple effect across this country when they assist with other investigations.
I wonder how many homicides this guy is responsible for. Crystal, thank you for the happy birthday, and thank you, Abraham, as well. Blue Jay, good to see you. Did you come in? Did I miss you, Blue? Oh, Blue. I like your little diamonds. That was from Abellis, and thank you for saying thank you. You guys are so very sweet. I did just decorate for fall yesterday. I'm not doing a whole lot of Halloween because we're supposed to move. Um, but I did go get some stuff to decorate for fall, and it made me kind of happy. Got me out of a little bit of a depression.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Detective Dan Jackson, the lead investigator of this case. Dan, as the mayor said, started this case in 2022, and we are here today because of the work Dan has done on this case. Dan will now walk us through a timeline on the investigation. Thank you.
Okay, so we get a timeline. Yes, I'm safe from the flooding. It's been drizzling here, but I'm in the like very tip top of North Carolina. I'm like actually um like 15 minutes, not even. It takes me 15 minutes to get to the scrap yard in Virginia. So about 10 minutes from the Virginia line, like way up, way up. So, um, I'm safe and I'm hoping everybody else is too. I saw that there had been some stuff going on in the mountains and the hurricane I think is going out to sea. But I was debating on whether to keep the geese inside the night of the hurricane because I just worry about them. We live out in the middle of nowhere, so we get no trick-or-treaters, so I don't decorate more candy for myself. Yeah. You got decorations already by the, forest. I like to paint, little, acorns and make earrings and stuff out of them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Jackson. I'm the lead detective,
Hey,
as you
Alyssa.
said, and I've been on the case since 2022.
Hi.
Um,
Nice to meet you.
Before we get started, this case wouldn't be where it is today if there wasn't some recognition to everyone who helped me from different agencies across the country. So when I name you, if you wouldn't mind standing up so everyone could appreciate the work you've done over the last few years. But first, I'd like to thank the Texas Attorney General's Office Cold Case Unit, the Texas Rangers, DPS. Y'all can stand. DNA Labs International, Signature Science, and our case management staff at our forensic division, the ATF, Missouri State Police, the Greenville, South Carolina Police Department, the Kentucky Police Department that I can't name specifically because they're still working on their case, but which we'll get into later, Steve Kramer and Steve Bush at Indago Solutions, Anne-Marie Schubert.
I think it was important to note that he just noted, he wanted to also thank the Kentucky State Police Department of a county or area he can't name yet because they're still working on that case. That means that there's another unsolved case that might be solved. I greatly appreciate the work that they put into this homicide because it sounds like there might be some more that are going to be solved because of it. Are you? They dress up as deer, the deer that eat apples.
Dr. Bruce Bedoli and Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. Okay, so I'm going to walk y'all through how we got to where we are today. I'll start with a brief overview of the history of the case, but what I'm not going to do is go into the details of that aspect of the investigation because it wasn't my investigation. And so I'm just going to kind of generalize and get you guys caught up to speed of how we got to where we are now, okay? So just sort of a historical picture of what this looked like in the days after the yogurt shop caught on fire. As you can see, it appears to be just, your everyday middle America retail space in a strip mall. Here's a diagram. It's a bird's eye view just of a sort of layout of the building if you're not familiar with this case. The customers would be there in the front, obviously, and then in the back is where the fire was started and the girls' bodies were discovered. Sarah, Eliza, and Jennifer were together, and Amy was a little bit closer to the front. So the gist of the MO of this case was the perpetrator entered or remained near closing time when no other customers were present. The girls were found nude and had been tied up with their own clothing as ligatures and bindings. There was evidence of sexual assault. All four have been shot in the head with a .22 caliber pistol. And Amy was also shot with a .380 pistol. And then the building was set on fire before the suspect left the scene.
Okay, the fact that they were tied up with their clothes and that their clothing was used as ligature, it makes me think that he had complete control over the girls as he told them to strip down and then use their own clothes to tie them up. And it probably wasn't planned, wasn't well thought out. It was kind of spur of the moment, considering that he used their clothes as ligature to tie them up. That tells me it's very spur of the moment. And the fact that Amy was shot with the 380, that would make me think that she might have died last. Hey, Lola's mom, good to see you. Yeah, it's very graphic, very, very hard to think about. To dress up, last year, me and my husband just worked Halloween clothing because I was only a couple weeks postpartum, got to make it up. Yeah, I've got some videos where people are dressing up like cute little Halloween costumes we'll watch over the next month or so. That's awesome, though. Um, I've got something in the works. I'm gonna try to do something, kind of dress up a little bit and maybe put a short out on it if it works out.
Remember, this is 1991. This is not 2025. So DNA technology is primitive at best. Okay. But the detectives back then had the foresight to go ahead and collect what evidence they could. And
Thank God they did. Abraham, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the $20. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that. Abraham said, "Happy birthday, love. May the most your heart desires be the least that you receive today and the year ahead. Thank you for all the great content you bring us. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the kind words. That was such a sweet thing to say. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And thank you guys for hanging out with me. Wow, Abraham, that was so very sweet of you. Thank you so very much. You're so sweet. I love all of y'all being here. Y'all are all such a play a pivotal role in our chat, and you guys are so amazing. And I know that y'all are telling me happy birthday, but I just want to thank you guys so much for everything that y'all do every day for the channel. You guys are amazing, and thank you so very much. Y'all are so very sweet. I feel like thank you isn't enough. And I don't know how to show my gratitude to you guys, but you guys are very important to me and you mean the world to me. And I love you all so very much. Thank you so much. And thank you again, Abraham, and everybody else who's told me happy birthday while Abellis passes out cake. You guys are so sweet. Thank you.
and had swabs taken for possibly DNA testing or some sort of testing that maybe in the future, they did it both at the scene and at the autopsies, which turned out to really help us with the amount of DNA we were able to get later. Some of the only really physical evidence that was recovered was a spent 380 shell casing that was located in the floor drain. There were no 22 caliber casings recovered. And the fire and then the water from the fire department basically destroyed pretty much anything else that you were going to try to collect or try to process it.
I apologize, I was muted. So there was no 22 shell casing covers. There was no 22 shell casings recovered, but I'm assuming they knew that they were used because those were found or pulled from the girls. Um, I'm not sure if I understand. Hopefully, we'll get some more on that. Lola's, thank you so much for the super sticker of the little piece of pie. That is so cute. Everybody passing out cake. Thank you so much for that. Y'all are so very sweet. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You guys are too kind. I greatly appreciate it. You guys have made my day amazing. Yes, celebrate and eat cake. Thank you so much.
Crime scene. Back then, they got thousands and thousands of tips that came in, a lot of quote confessions from different people, but it led to nowhere and no arrests were ever made. There was one confession from a juvenile named Maurice Pierce. 8 days after the murders, Pierce was at North Cross Mall, which is down the street from the yogurt shop, and he's with his friend named Forrest Wellburn. He was carrying a .22 pistol in his waistband. He was 16 at the time, and he was arrested for the possession of the pistol and taken down to the homicide office, where he was interrogated for several hours by Detective Hector Polanco. At the end of it, he confessed, and the next morning he spoke to the lead detective, Detective John Jones, as well. I'm not gonna go into the details too much here, but basically Pierce confessed that he had lent the .22 to his friend Forrest, and Forrest claimed that he had killed the girls. When Forrest Wellburn was questioned, he mentioned that his two other friends, Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott, along with Pierce, had all gone to San Antonio the night after. Back then, the police interviewed all four, and they were eliminated as suspects.
So it sounds like they weren't like held too long, and it probably was a false confession. He probably was interrogated for an extensive period of time and confessed falsely. There was um, and getting a confession and police tactics were a lot different back in the 90s, especially 1991, than they are today.
The ballistics on the .22, to see if it would try to match it with the fragments from the murder scene, were inconclusive at best. The projectiles are highly fragmented and destroyed. They're distorted. I can tell you that is not an issue that has been overcome since with new technology. I had them looked at just a couple months ago, and still the ballistics expert was like, there's not much we can do because they're so fragmented. So then the case stalls over the next 5 years or so. The personnel gets scaled back. They had several task forces come and go. But in 1999, the new task force revisited this Maurice Pierce confession. And they go ahead and interrogate 4 subjects, the 4 from that had been originally interviewed back in 91 or early 92. Maurice Pierce, Forrest Wellburn, Robert Springsteen, and Michael Scott were reinterrogated in several years later. During the interrogations, they were able to get confessions from Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott. They were not able to get confessions from Forrest Wellburn or Maurice Pierce at that time.
Hey,
All
Justice.
4 subjects were arrested for capital murder in 1999. Forrest ended up being no billed by the grand jury, and Pierce's charges were eventually dropped. Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen were put on trial separately. Both were found guilty, pretty much based on each other's confessions and implicating each other. Michael Scott received life without parole, and Robert Springsteen received the death penalty. There was never any physical evidence linking them to the yogurt shop. Of course, they go through the appeals process like any other murder trial. While they're on appeal, or while they're appealing their conviction, a landmark Supreme Court case comes out called Crawford v. Washington. It reformulated what hearsay statements can be admitted in criminal cases under the 6th Amendment. Basically, you can't use someone else's written or videotaped confession against somebody else if they themselves are not taking the stand. You can't cross-examine a video. You can't cross-examine a written statement. And that's what was used in their trials. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeal granted them a new trial for Springsteen and Scott. So in preparation for the new trial, the district attorney's office and the police department decided they needed to get some physical evidence to link them to the crime. By this time, DNA had come a long way, and we had a new technology called YSTR, YSTR testing. YSTR testing looks at genetic information on the male chromosome only, and they were able to get a profile from the asexual assault kit that had 16 markers, or 16 locations with genetic data on it, on the Y chromosome. The kit only tests for specific 16. All 4 of the original suspects were excluded from this profile. In 2009, the charges were dropped pending further investigation. Then over the next several years, hundreds of reference samples were collected for elimination or suspect profiles. First responders, family, friends, any potential suspects, associates. I think we tested 300 or 400 different people in this case over the years. So since 2000.
So I did want to back it up and say that actually the people who confessed ended up going to trial, and they were later found or basically let off of the crime, but it sounds like they did do some time in prison and were at one point facing life without the possibility of parole and the death penalty. I'm glad that new ways came out for them to know that those people weren't the ones who committed the homicide. It would be horrible to be hearing about this case now after somebody had died or something to that effect. But I mean, even going back to what we were talking about Saturday, if that had happened, we probably would have not heard anything else about it, because the state of Texas would have had their men who committed the homicide. Therefore, they wouldn't have looked into it anymore. That's why I think, again, that Jennifer Soto won't be arrested because the state of Florida has their man, Stephen Stearns. I'm glad that they figured out that those boys really didn't do it and they were let go.
They've tried numerous testing strategies, sent numerous things across the numerous labs. I think we've had 13 different labs over the last 20 years. The difficult part is most of the DNA that was collected is only a few picograms. So we're talking, few cells, and it's often a mixture with the victim. It's extremely difficult. In 2018, the unknown Y profile was resubmitted for retesting because there have been technological advancements. Now, upon further testing, the YSTR was expanded out to 27 markers, 27 genetic locations, or locations of genetic information for a more complete profile. It's 25 markers, but 2 of those have a double allele to give you 27 total. However, the identity of the profile remained unknown. But also about this time, we're starting to find this YSTR profile on other items taken from the girls or other swabs. I inherited the case in June of 2022 and spent the first few months sort of reviewing it. But one of the first things I did was I met with a group of subject matter experts on DNA and genealogy, and we sat around a round table. They were having, some of them are here today, and they were here for a conference, so I was able to get them all in one room together. And we sort of went through the evidence. I wanted to know what I had and what I could do with it. And we kind of came up with a tiered system of best to worst things that we might be able to do something with. And that's where this all kind of hatched. Several items were tested and we didn't have a whole lot of luck, but fast forward to late June of 2025. I was researching the spent 380 casing that was found on the floor drain to see where it was now and what we could maybe do with it, if anything, and just researching the chain of custody. I don't know what made me go down that rabbit hole that morning, but I did, and I'm glad I did. What I found was that it had not been submitted into the NIBIN system in many years. NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's kind of like CODIS for shell casings. You can put it in there, and it'll tell you if it's linked to other shell casings and other crimes.
So they put it into CODIS. Tom, I asked, and it said the suspects from the yogurt shop homicides were not sued after being released from prison. I think it meant that they didn't sue, but it says they were arrested in 1999 with 2 confessing, but later recanting their statements. Their convictions were overturned in 2009, and they were released from prison after spending a decade behind bars. The case was officially closed with the identification of the serial killer responsible for the murders. Let me ask. We'll go right back to the press conference. It says the suspects in the yogurt shop homicides, Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott, were not reported to have sued the police department for their imprisonment after being released from prison. That was when the case remained unsolved, but we know now that it has been solved. I think last week.
It had been put in there a couple times, but it had been a long time. And so I spoke with the ATF guys here. A couple of them are here. Jonathan, you're here. And I asked them about it. He said, well, whether it's in there or not, if it had been many years, resubmit it because the software has gotten so much better. I mean, we're talking like 3D stuff now. So go ahead and do it. It's not going to hurt. And of note, and this is important later, the original ballistics report said that in all probability, the weapon used from that 380 projectile was limited to an AMT brand backup model 380 handgun that was used to kill Amy. So that's important later. The morning of July 2nd, the ATF sent the 380 cartridge, and that afternoon, I was notified of a hit out of Kentucky, an unsolved murder out of Kentucky. So I can't name the name of the city. They haven't done their press release yet, but they know who they are, and they did a fantastic job. But myself, a couple others from the cold case unit, and Mindy Monfort from the AG's office, we flew up to Kentucky to review our cases with their detectives. And the murders did share a similar similar details. Can't go into those. But the preliminary NIBIN results indicate a presumptive positive correlation between the two casings, indicating the same gun was used in Yogurt Shop as it was several years. I'm not going to even tell you the date. Oh, it's up there, 98. So all the way to 1998. When we did, we traveled up there to Kentucky. I took the casing with me so we could do a one-to-one by a tool mark examiner for definitive comparison as required, just like if fingerprints and DNA, you still have to do the one-to-one to get it definitive. Results are pending. We should have those this week, but NIBIN has a crazy high accuracy record, and it's also gets peer reviewed before we even send it. So it's in all likelihood. But aside.
So they did it through CODIS again with the advanced technology, and were able to basically they're like pretty sure that it was the same person. Shelby said, why did they confess to it if they didn't do it? Think about the time, 1991, and how they were getting confessions. Even when I was talking to Tom about the amount of time they spent in prison and, signing paperwork, they saying they wouldn't sue. It reminds me of the case of the West Memphis Three. And remember, they were convicted basically because they listened to Metallica and, were into Wiccan paganism, which, they were like, oh my God, they're satanic and they listen to Metallica. Oh my God, they committed these horrific homicides. No, absolutely not. But think about how they held them. We've heard cases where they would beat the person they're interviewing to get them to confess. They wouldn't let them use the bathroom until they used the bathroom on themselves. Like, it was a different time in police interrogations. Even in the West Memphis Three, I think it's that case, or I could have it confused with another one where, they're talking to the person and they're like, I didn't do this, I didn't do this, I didn't do this. And then all of a sudden the tape recording is turned off. They come back about an hour later and the person's crying saying, I did it. I did what you think I did. And you find out later that no, they didn't. They had just been like beaten senseless until they confessed. So if I had to guess, I would say that they probably went through some things in that interrogation room, and they ended up confessing to crimes they didn't commit.
From the MO and the NIBIN hit, there were no obvious links between the two cases.
Yep, and the Central Park Five. Yep.
So we kind of sat down and decided, well, what are we going to do next? How are we going to solve these cases together, assuming they are related? And we worked with them on a testing strategy of some items because their case had been cold and they hadn't been worked in quite a few years. So they had some items that could be submitted and retested, including the sexual assault kit. I reached out to their lab and asked them if they had a Y profile in their case, and they had not done one yet. So I requested that they go ahead and do one so we could compare it to our unknown Y and see if in fact we are talking about the same individual. That sort of gave me the idea of, can you also, while you're at it, manually check all your Y profiles in Kentucky and see if you have a profile from another case, another crime that matches ours. If this guy's from Kentucky, perhaps he's already in their database. This is not something it's automated search like CODIS. It has to be a manual search. Because we had tried this once before nationally, back in 2018 and into 2019, Dr. Cadavy had reached out to the different labs across the country who do YSTR testing and retain those profiles and asked if they can manually search against our unknown. They returned 0 profile matching. Nobody in the country, at least nobody, is about six labs or so returned information. Not a lot of labs are doing it back then. So I said, well, it's been a few years, more labs are doing this. Databases are getting a little bigger. Let's do it nationwide again. And so we reached out to all of the labs in the country that do YSTR typing and asked if they can manually search against our unknown profile.
Right. A lot of you are saying a lot of good things. Kat said this guy lived in Arkansas. What if he gets linked to the West Memphis Three? Now, remember, I'm wondering if this guy was a truck driver. I'm kind of wondering how. I think they said he lived in South Carolina. They referenced South Carolina, so I'm wondering if he lived in South Carolina, but then he's in Texas, and then we're talking about possibility of something going on in Kentucky. Like, I'm wondering if he was a truck driver, and if you remember the West Memphis Three, they were right there by that big truck stop, right on the other side of that in Robin Hood Hills. I know the West Memphis Three are trying to get them to test some DNA and pushing the courts to let them, try to actually solve the crime. And they're getting a lot of pushback from that because the Arkansas is basically saying, oh, we already solved the crime and you're guilty of it. They don't like to go back through, but like, if I understand correctly and remember correctly, the West Memphis Three are paying for it and they still are getting pushback, and the Supreme Court's not wanting to let them do it. So I'm wondering if this guy was a truck driver. And if so, I mean, I genuinely think it was a truck driver or Terry Hobbs, the stepdad. Harlot said they might have been afraid they'd get set up for something else if they tried to sue. After a conviction and 10 years behind bars for something they didn't do, they probably just wanted to get away. I agree with that. I think they said one was 16-year-old with a 22 in his pants or something in that effect. Julianne said, imagine being locked in a room on your own at the age of probably 16, 17 years old with two big shouting men being told you did something over and over and over and over and over for 9 hours and no breaks and no food. And they would tell them, you can go home if you just confess. If you just admit to us what you did, you can go home. Absolutely, they couldn't. And they would do it. It's insane. Sad to think about. Good morning, Miss Woozy. Peaches said, I just tried to imitate a Southern Baptist preacher by reading scripture to my Cali husband, who didn't know. He said, so they sounded like Dr. Phil. Romans 3:4 and G. I don't know the actual Bible verse. I know Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created. See, I can't even do it. Let me stop. And no knowledge of your rights exactly. They were very shady back then. Thank you, Abellis, for giving everybody cake. You think Hobbs did the West Memphis Three? I wish they would solve that crime. And if we move to Arkansas, if we move to Arkansas and I hear about them like going to court over it or actually possibly being able to solve it, I'm gonna be in that courtroom. That case has always intrigued me because of the Metallica aspect of it and the fact that they were, basically convicted because they were Gothic, something that I used to be back in the day.
And we got a match. We got a hit. Only one. The South Carolina State Lab was the only lab in the country that responded that they had a match, quote match, to our unknown YSTR. All the others had no hits at that level. And I'm talking, this is at 27 to 27 markers. This is the full profile, and every allele was the same. So it took us a couple of weeks. The results were reviewed for accuracy, and their legal department reviewed it. There was like the longest 2 weeks because we knew we had somebody, but they wouldn't tell us. So it was a long 2 weeks. The reason it took 2 weeks to review, I found out later, is because they wanted to make sure they were doing it right, because I was the first person to ever ask them for this. Nobody had requested a manual search against their database before. So they want to make sure that legally they were on the right footing and that there was no quality assurance issues. So on August 22nd, they sent me the information, and it was from a sexual assault and murder from 1990 out of Greenville, South Carolina. And this was the profile that they had, Robert Eugene Brashers. He has a perfect 27 for 27 match to our unknown profile in yogurt shop. I got on the phone with Greenville, South Carolina immediately, and we started conversations about our different cases, how they similar. And one of the things he said to me was, he said he didn't know anything about the case. He didn't know what it was, and he said, your victims, were they bound with their own clothing? And the hair stood on the back of my neck, and I knew we were maybe getting somewhere finally with this case. And so I asked for some biological evidence to be sent to me so we could do a one-to-one comparison on the why, and also to have population statistics done by Signature Science to see how.
So basically, they've got him, without a doubt, 100% tied to the homicides because his Y chromosome matches exactly 100%. That's going to be a 1 in like 500 trillion possibility. And it's interesting to me that he was asked if they were tied with their own clothing. It sounds like some kind of signature. Can you? Yeah, I'll drop the link. So I'm sorry, I forgot to do that. Yeah, they did. But they wanted to make sure it was solved because this case has haunted so many for so long. Have you heard of the 3 Argentina girls SA tortured and left in a trap house in Argentina? the night was live streamed private Instagram group. 45 people watched it, sadly. That's so sick. It don't surprise me because people will watch stuff like that, just like that damn Telegram thing that they use to watch porn and things and children being abused. That's really sad, and I'm so sorry for their families. That's horrific. The Astro. I hate it when they act like people are bad just because of the music or movies or video games they like, and that's exactly what happened in the West Memphis 3. We did a lot. We watched the documentary here. I think one of them got blocked, but the other 2 didn't, because back then I would do, like, demonetized streams. We need to do that again, where we just, watch a documentary together, because sometimes it would let me if I didn't turn the monetization on, and we did that with the West Memphis 3 case, um, probably a year ago now. It was real interesting.
How rare this particular Y profile might be.
Yep.
Not all Ys are created equal. So this particular Y profile is very rare. They'd never really seen it before, and their population statistics estimated that it's only 0.12% of the U.S. population. So now we're getting somewhere that, we're building a case here that this is Brasher's, but still 0.12%. We need to be at 100%, but we're getting there. He's starting to look better and better.
Okay, so closer and closer, not like 1 in a billion, but it's pretty interesting. They got all of the Y chromosome tied. I did just drop the link for this video. Bazard says supposedly there was another male DNA found at the scene, since there's a theory the yogurt murders were committed by more than one individual. We were questioning the use of 2 firearms, but I think the other male DNA was one of the girl's boyfriends. So I'm not sure, but yeah, we're questioning the possibility of there being 2 people. Not positive on it yet. A friend who talks like him, you could ask him about the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, walk out the door, come back 4 hours later, and he'll still be talking. Yeah.
Just real quickly, Mr. Brashers was arrested on December 12th, 1985. Pled this second-degree homicide and aggravated battery. This is in Florida, where he made unwanted sexual advances towards a woman. She tried to leave, and he shot her multiple times. Thankfully, she survived and was able to give a description. He was arrested later that night. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. However, he only did about 4, and he was granted parole in May of 1989. After he died, Chief already went over some of his known cases, but after he died, basically DNA linked multiple unsolved murders and sexual assaults across the country to him. Between 2006 and 2017, they knew that they had a serial killer in these different jurisdictions, but they didn't know who he was. It wasn't until 2018, the very sort of infancy of genetic genealogy, that these detectives, some of them who are here today, got together and collaborated on how are we going to identify this guy. So they thought about doing genealogy, and they used Parabon Labs to send his DNA and build a profile, and then look for any relatives in the genealogical database. They found some distant relatives and sort of triangulated and sort of kind of built his family tree. And they said, this Brashers guy's got a violent history. You should probably get reference samples to see if it's him. So they reached out to his family. They were able to get a reference sample. The DNA showed this, yes, this is a close relative, probably a brother. So at that point, they got a judge's order to have him exhumed out of Arkansas. And they retrieved biological evidence from the body to develop a profile for CODIS.
I wanted to pause real quick. I think I've got like 60 people watching from YouTube, and I think this 242 people are watching on X. To the people on X, I don't know, like, I'm not real familiar with X. I know how to stream there, but I don't know how to see your comments and things, so I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. I'm gonna work on trying to figure out how to see if y'all are commenting. I don't even know if that's something that can happen on X, but I wanted to say thank you for watching. And I am trying to figure out, evidently there's like a QR code I'm going to try to put up in the top for you to come to YouTube and join the channel if you would like to do that. That way your chat would be on screen with everybody else's. But thank you everybody on YouTube and X for watching. I greatly appreciate you being here.
And in 2018, that DNA testing confirmed that all of those unsolved up there and were all from Mr. Robert Brashers. So he's good for sexual assaults and murders throughout the 90s that he never had to stand trial for. So talking with the detectives, they told me how he had multiple, and we found this out too, but that he had multiple fake IDs. The guy even faked his own obituary and put it in the newspaper to establish a new identity. Although then he was named as a groomsman in a wedding a few weeks later, so it didn't really work out for him. But he had multiple aliases, combination family names. He had known criminal history in multiple states. And according to his daughter, she was interviewed years later after this all came out, and she said, "Yeah, well, he would travel for work and it was gone weeks at a time. That she didn't think about it back then as a child, but looking back, it was kind of odd." And her mom would ask her to call the dad by a different name at times. So we start researching
That's
this
weird.
guy on our end. How is he related to our case? I'll take you back to December 6, 1991. The yogurt shop murders occurs about 11 p.m. We start researching Brasher's, figure out what he's doing around this time, where he's at. December 8th, 1991, less than 48 hours after yogurt shop, Robert Brasher's is stopped at a Border Patrol
Oh,
checkpoint
thank you.
westbound on I-10 between El Paso and Las Cruces. It was a random cold stop, just like any time you go through a border checkpoint, except the Border Patrol agent realized something was up. He didn't like the way Mr. Brasher's was answering, seemed kind of suspicious, and so he looked into this guy a little further, ran his plate, and it showed to be a stolen car out of Georgia. It was said stolen on November 29th. During this interaction, he was also in possession of a .380 pistol. That .380 pistol was an AMT backup model, that serial number, the A75213. This is the same make and model identified by ballistics as the weapon used in the yogurt shop. He actually did evade from there. He was able to get back into his truck and drive down about a mile, but then he stopped and gave up. We believe he probably threw out any other evidence he may have had from the yogurt shop, possibly the 22, because there was very dark out there. There's no artificial light. So he's charged with auto theft and felon possession. It goes federal. It does about 4 years. However, at some point, the gun is released back to his father, which is not an easy thing to do. You got to jump through a bunch of hoops to get your gun back after a crime. But it is released to his father. Brasher's really wanted that gun back.
So he got pulled over. He had a stolen car out of Georgia, the same pistol that he used to commit the homicides in the vehicle. And they think he threw out any other evidence related to the yogurt shop homicides. But the police didn't know at the time. And then his father was able to get the gun back. Like, this crime could have been solved way sooner if they had the ability to test the ballistics. I'm wondering if if they didn't think that they were going to be able to test the ballistic. I mean, didn't think that it was involved, or why they didn't test the ballistics back then. That's interesting. Having a pistol in Mexico. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, y'all hit the heart, hit the. Oh, let me play my likes thing. Y'all please hit the hearts on X if you don't mind. I'll do my little clip for hit the thumbs up.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, Star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
Twinkle twinkle baby.
His YSTR has been found in the following 3 places.
Thank you.
This is 3 sexual assault kits of those young girls. There are limitations to YSTR. While this guy looks good, we're building a case, there are some limitations. It only looks at markers found on the male chromosome, so if you ever had a female suspect, you're out of luck. It's not necessarily unique to one individual, like autosomal STRs used in CODIS. STRs are passed down paternally. So me and my brother have the same YSTR profile, unless there's some sort of mutation. So the further away you are related, you'll see more mutations. Certain combinations of these alleles are more frequent than others, so you could get several, quote, hits from a database that have no relation to the crime. They're really good at eliminating suspects and donors, but are difficult for a positive ID. It's hard to get 100%, be 100% or with certainty with just a YSTR. It's a statistical probability of how many people are expected to also have that same Y. In this case, we know Mr. Brasher's had a unique Y at 0.1% of the population. So September 15th, we took additional items to DNA Labs International, and we're trying to figure out how to get from, we're pretty sure it's him, to we know it's him. Now, these items have been previously tested in years past, And while they were screened for male DNA, they were very, very low quant and very fragmented and degraded. So they were preserved. Of maybe someday we could do something with this, but we can't today. We would just be wasting the DNA because we don't think we're ever going to be able to get enough DNA for a CODIS upload. There's just not enough quality or quantity to meet the threshold that CODIS requires to search. So you would just be consuming DNA for no reason. So we decided, well, now we've got a different testing strategy. We don't necessarily need to upload to search. We just need enough DNA to compare. And those are two different thresholds. So we need enough STR markers to do a direct comparison from our crime scene to Robert Brasher's. So we identified some items that could be done, that possibly, and this was going to be it. We were pushing all of our chips on the table with this.
Thank you,
was
Ms.
gonna be the last
Lucy.
shot effort with some of this DNA. But we were pretty confident with the technology and the circumstances that this was going to be pay dirt. One of the things we retested was Amy's fingernail clippings from the autopsy. They were able to get quite a bit of STR product DNA out of Amy's fingernail clippings, and it was directly compared to Brasher's profile, and it matched so that it's 2.5 million to 1 that it's likely Robert Brasher's underneath Amy's fingernails than it is to an unknown individual. September 22nd, DNA from Kentucky murder was directly compared to Brasher's, and at this point, he cannot be excluded. Final report is pending. They've got their DNA, but they got to do a little more work on it. But as at this point, it appears to be him, and our ballistics report is still pending.
So they might have him tied to a homicide in Kentucky as well. Like Tom said, dude, it's probably responsible for all kinds of atrocities. I agree. Definitely a serial killer, and I hate that he took his own life. Somebody had asked about his daughter, and in the clip we saw in the beginning, his daughter did come on and said that she was glad that his daughter came on the news and said she was glad that they had solved the homicide, and she wished that he was still alive so he could answer for his crimes.
So just a bit about his MO.
Thank you, guys.
Because there's questions about how the yogurt shop could be one person with multiple guns. He was known to carry multiple weapons. We have that documented in other cases. He's known to tie his victims, sometimes with their own clothing. He's known to sexually assault young female victims when given the opportunity. He often shot the victim in the head, and in Kentucky, we know it was the same gun and similar details to yogurt shop, and now similar DNA. At this point, there's no physical evidence that links Springsteen, Scott, Pierce, or Wellborn to the yogurt shop crime scene. There's no evidence that connects the previous 4 suspects with Robert Eugene Brasher's either. The surviving victims of Brasher's violence always reported he was alone when he acted. He never was known to have an accomplice. And we have a documented case because they survived, where he was able to do a home invasion. He controlled 4 women alone, tied them up, and sexually assaulted one of them in 1997 in Memphis. So that's something he is able to do, is 4. In 1999, after standoff with police, he ends up, and he had 2 guns during then, but he chose actually the lesser powerful one of the 2 to kill himself with. He used an AMT 380 model backup pistol with serial number A75213 that he was stopped with 2 days after yogurt shop. Same gun. Now, I just want to reiterate that this is a combination of technology, good police work from multiple agencies and cooperation, and timing. Because, for example, the Kentucky case, they didn't resubmit their knife and showcasing until last year. So this is something that could not have happened until 2025. And I'm sorry that it took 30, 40 years for us to get here, but we're here now. And, Amy's final moments on this earth were to solve this case for us. It's because of her fighting back. So, thank you.
That's hard. And I'm glad that she did fight back and get his DNA under her fingernails. I just looked up about I asked Unsolved Kentucky Crime from the 90s, a victim bound with their own clothing. And what I got on AI, it's on my phones, but I'm just going to read it to you. It says an unsolved 1998 Kentucky homicide involving a victim who was shot and bound is potentially linked to killer Robert Brasher's. The information was revealed in September of 2025 by Austin, Texas police during a press conference about the yogurt shop murders cold case. Details of the cold case. It says while the name of the Kentucky victim has not yet been publicly released by law enforcement, police have announced the following details about the case. A 30 caliber handgun was used. Ballistics testing linked the pistol to Brasher's, who died in 1999. The victim was bound. This detail, combined with the fact that Brasher's yogurt shop victims were bound with their own clothing, indicates a similar pattern of violence. And in addition to the Kentucky and Austin crimes, Brasher was also linked through DNA evidence to at least 3 other homicides in South Carolina and Missouri between 1990 and 1998, as well as a sexual assault in 1997 in Tennessee. I'm going to see what we can find more about the Kentucky homicide. Very sad. Oh. I think so, Tom.
Thank you, Detective. I'm Dr. Dana Cadeby, Director of Austin Forensic Science, and I would like to start off with expressing my condolences to the families and all of those in our community that have been deeply impacted by this tragic case. I also want to acknowledge the key role that traditional forensic science and objective data have played in this major case development. Austin Forensic Science and Austin Police have been actively working together, sometimes daily and hourly lately, along with dozens of partner agencies, forensic laboratories, and nationally renowned subject matter experts, leveraging this collective expertise and power, combining excellent police work with objective forensic evidence. I am confident in the totality of data generated to date because it has remained consistent. The DNA story never changed. That predominant unknown male Y profile that we first observed in 2009 as a partial profile is consistent with that full unknown male Y profile we saw in 2019. Despite advancements in technologies, despite being run by independent laboratories, by different analysts using different equipment and different procedures, the results were the same.
So there, she's going to talk about the forensics of it, but basically, even though they were done by different labs, everything came out the same. That's how they double check their work. Abellis, he was given a pin on his shirt, but they didn't show it, or on his jacket. I'm gonna. Oh, wait a minute. They do zoom in. Let's see. It's a pin that says "We will not forget." That I think one of the parents or grandparents of Amy pinned to his jacket there. That was so very sweet. All right, we're going to see who this guy is. I'm going to kind of skim through because we've got a lot to talk about today.
My name is Jose Garza, and it is my privilege to serve as the Travis County District Attorney, and I'm so very honored to be with you today. At the Travis County District Attorney's Office, we have never forgotten about Amy, Jennifer, Eliza, and Sarah. Our hearts will always be broken for you. To all of the family and friends who have loved and grieved for Amy, Jennifer, Eliza, and Sarah, we know that there is no way to make right what happened to them. We are committed to supporting you in any way that we can during this time. I also want to take a moment to thank the Austin Police Department and Attorney General's cold case units, along with the forensic and analysts who have worked on this case. As you have heard in great detail, they never gave up. The cold case teams relentlessly followed the facts and the evidence, along with help from law enforcement agencies across the country, and they, all of them collectively, are why we are here today. And we have a responsibility to remember the path that we walked to get here. In October of 1999, Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen, Forrest Wellborn, and Maurice Pierce, who were all between the ages of 15 and 17 at the time of the crime, were arrested for the murders. There was no physical evidence tying them to the crime. Mr. Scott confessed after an 18-hour interrogation. Mr. Springsteen confessed after a 5-hour interrogation, and both confessions implicated the other two boys. Both later recanted their confessions and said they were false and coerced. In 2001 and in 2002, Mr. Scott and Mr. Springsteen were convicted of capital murder. Mr. Scott was sentenced to life in prison, and Mr. Springsteen was sentenced to death. Mr. Pierce's case was dismissed in 2003 for lack of evidence, and he was released after spending 3 years incarcerated. The cases of Mr. Scott and Mr. Springsteen were eventually overturned in 2006 and 2007 because of constitutional errors during the course of their trials, and they remained incarcerated until 2009. In 2009, DNA testing found biological evidence that did not match any of the 4 boys, and on the eve of retrial, their cases were dismissed pending further investigation by the Travis County District Attorney's Office. I want to be clear, the District Attorney's Office learned about the results of this investigation less than a week ago, and the families learned about these results even more recently. We are so incredibly grateful for this investigation, and we still have work to do to review the findings of that investigation. I also want to be clear that the Austin Police Department's investigation is ongoing. As we stand here today, there are still investigative steps that are underway. That being said, the overwhelming weight of the evidence points to the guilt of 1 man and to the innocence of 4. The evidence points to the guilt of Robert Eugene Brashers and to the innocence of Maurice Pierce, Michael Scott, Robert Springsteen IV, and Forrest Wellborn. If the conclusions of that investigation are confirmed, the Travis County District Attorney's Office will take responsibility for our role in prosecuting these men, in sending 1 to death row and 1 to serve life in prison. If the conclusions of APD's investigation are confirmed, as it appears that they will be, I will say I am sorry, though I know that that will never be enough. We will take any necessary steps to ensure that they can move forward with their lives. So much time has passed, but it is never too late for justice. And the families of Amy, Jennifer, Eliza, and Sarah so deserve justice. Once the Austin Police Department has completed their investigation and transmitted the results of that investigation to our office, we will work with all of you to pursue justice through our legal system. I cannot imagine how difficult it has been to receive this overwhelming influx of new information in the last several days. Please rest assured that we will keep you informed at every stage about the developments in this case about Robert Brashers. We will work with you to make sure that you have your day in court. Since 2017, Mindy Monford has doggedly pursued justice in this case from inside the Travis County District Attorney's Office and the Texas Attorney General's Office. Mindy, we are so grateful to you, and I hope you will please welcome Mindy Monford.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Thank you to Attorney General Ken Paxton, First Assistant Brent Webster, and Deputy AG for Criminal Justice Josh Reno for establishing the statewide cold case and missing persons unit and giving me the opportunity to be standing here today. Their courage and leadership to address this need for resources in Texas shows what can be accomplished if we are willing to break down walls and collaborate for the benefit of victims and their loved ones. I want to recognize the members of the cold case unit that are here today because they didn't stand up earlier. You'll wave. They really work hard to help law enforcement agencies across the state of Texas with their unsolved homicide cases. Also, Brent Dupre, who is the Director of Law Enforcement for the AG's office. I want to say that he's been with me on this journey, starting this unit and also helping with the Austin Police Department investigation. And I don't think he ever turned down a request for lab testing if I said it was yogurt shop. So I want to thank him for that. In 2017, I was called into one of my first meetings as the first assistant district attorney with then Travis County District Attorney Margaret Moore. It was to meet with Bob and Pam Ayers and Sean and Angie Ayers, family of Amy Ayers. She had been tragically murdered in the yogurt shop murders, and I remembered the case well since I'd lived in Austin since 1976 and grown up in Northwest Hills near the yogurt shop. The intent of the meeting was to tell us to never stop looking into the case and please continue the investigation no matter the expense.
I apologize. My headset went out, so I had to fix that. Yeah, these necessary steps do require a lot of cash. I will drop the link for you, Abraham, when we discuss David, which shouldn't be too long from now. I did speed it up a little bit so we could get through it. Are in the room. Oh, yeah, I like them. It does kind of look like it's in the room.
We assured the heirs that money would never be an object to get to the truth. And DA Moore assigned the case directly to me and explained it would be one of our top priorities. Bob Ayers and I had a little laugh the other day as we both recalled the tears in my eyes as we left the meeting that day. I was trying to think maybe he didn't see me crying that day, but he called me.
I did have it sped up. I can slow it down. I sped it up a little bit so that we could get through it kind of quickly.
Out the other day. I was so incredibly honored and humbled and proud to be entrusted with an important case such as this one. I promised the family that day I would never give up on this case. It would be one of the most memorable moments of my career until this past Friday when we met again with the families and we gave them the news about Robert Brashers. In 2021, with the help and inspiration of Angie and Sean Ayers, and with the backing of Attorney General Ken Paxton, the AG's Cold Case and Missing Persons Unit was created to support law enforcement agencies across the state with their unsolved homicide investigations. And I was given a new opportunity to work on unsolved cases around the state. I remember when Sean and Angie Ayers came to speak in support of the idea of creating a statewide unit. And they commented, the creation of this unit might not help our family, but if it helps other families, then this could be a pretty good thing. Sean and Angie, thanks to your selflessness, you've not only helped other families, but you helped your own. And I bet you didn't think when you said those words that day, we'd be standing here.
What a powerful statement.
In 2022, our unit began collaborating with the Austin Police Department on the yogurt shop murder case. And I found myself getting to work on this case again. Of course, I never really stopped. Since that time, we've worked hand in hand with APD. I've personally seen the hard work and dedication the department has devoted to this investigation. I realized recently there's been a little documentary series out there, and a lot of people are saying, oh, thank God APD has finally worked this case. As someone who has worked pretty much nonstop on this case with APD from 2017, I want to tell you there can be nothing farther from the truth. I have personally observed the Austin Police Department work on this case nonstop. They have never stopped following leads, testing evidence, and trying to seek the truth. We still have work to do on this case, and we will continue this journey with APD as long as it takes and as long as they will have us. And as a statewide cold case unit, we will continue to investigate potential unsolved cases that might be related to this suspect. I would urge law enforcement and the public to reach out to our office or the Austin Police Department if you believe you have information on Robert Brashers. His crimes involve similar circumstances, as Detective Jackson told you. And that slide he had on the modus operandi is very important. I hope that you will republish that as often as you can. He used ligatures to tie up his victims, often their clothing. He used a firearm, most often a .380 or a .22, with gunshot wounds to the head of his victims. He sexually assaulted his victims, often young girls, and sometimes, as we've seen, he set fire to the crime scenes. If you have information, we'll be posting tip lines for both our office, the cold case unit of the Attorney General's office, and the Austin Police Department. Robert Brashers died in 1999, and if you have any information about him that occurred prior to that time, it could be very helpful. And our tip line, you can remain anonymous.
Robert Brasher. Sorry, fellas, y'all. I had to make a ace bandage for my knee because it's killing me right now. Sorry about that. But I'm here and I'm listening.
This day is about the families. And so I'm going to turn that over to them now. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Barbara Wilson, mother of Sarah and Jennifer Harbison.
This is the mother of the two sisters that were there. One of them was working and
I'm really excited about being here. It's been
one of the sisters was working, and then her little sister was there with her friend, and they were waiting for the bigger sister and the other girl to get off work so they could go home.
Crazy couple of days, and I just really came here to say I'm full of gratitude. It has been so long, and all we ever wanted for this case was the truth. We never wanted anyone to go to jail or be charged with anything that they did not do. Vengeance was never it. It was always the truth. And I'm here to really talk about the police department and how involved and supportive they have been from the very beginning. We have Mike Huckabee, and please keep him in your prayers. His health is bad. So, and him and John Jones, they were the first people that we fell in love with on the force because I told us about what had happened. And starting with those guys 34 years ago, they were been in our lives and our families all of this time. And every officer that I see in Austin that has been there for us and loved us, and what they have done, people don't understand how hard they work. Everybody is concerned for the solving of the case. Everybody was concerned about all of us here because they know the tragedy was so painful and continues to be. But I really just came to say thank you for the Austin Police Department and all the love and support that you have given us over these 34 years. And I thank you for that.
And next up, we will have Sonora Thomas, sister to Eliza Thomas.
Ten years ago, my mom died.
Hey, Becky.
10 years ago, my mom died. I went to the cemetery on Hancock to fill out the paperwork. And the clerk behind the desk, when she looked up the location of my mom's plot, paused. And then she said, I've lived in Austin for so long. Please know that your family has always been in my prayers. I hadn't lived in Austin for 20 years at that point, but it was such a comfort to hear this woman's words without even saying anything to her about who I was. The outpouring of love from strangers because of these tragic circumstances has taught me about the nature of humanity. Living through something like this, you would think that I'd feel worse about humanity, but instead I feel better. When I think about those early days, I think about Nell Myers, Bernalee Carr, from People Against Violent Crimes, coming to our house, taking us out to lunch. They even took me, a 13-year-old girl, clothes shopping.
How sweet.
Dawn and Susan Cox from the Christie Center let my mom sleep on the couch when she was too scared to go home. Then there was the memorial company that donated the headstone, and the Lanier student who played taps at the funeral, and John Jones, who was there from the very beginning, who still answers my phone calls. The million kindnesses that have been extended to me and my family have gotten us to this moment. Some of us. I think of my mom today, and I wish she were here. Our reality doesn't change after today. Our families are still too small, still missing an essential ingredient, and we are lesser for it. We have been robbed of a life with nieces and nephews and grandchildren, and with sisters to grow old with. This sort of mindless violence continues to steal from all of us. I don't yet know how this information is going to change my life, but what I learned about myself in the past 2 days is that my brain was split in two. One part of my brain has been screaming, "What happened to my sister?" And the other part kept repeating, "I will never know. I will die not knowing, and I have to be okay with that." On Saturday, those two parts of my brain started melting into each other. I realized how much energy I had used to keep them separate and to convince myself that I was okay not knowing. A few weeks ago, a reporter asked me, "Do you think this will ever be solved?" And I didn't skip a beat. I said, "I can't think about that. I will lose my mind if I think about that. I have to focus on my work, helping my clients and my groups as a therapist. But now I can have both. I know now what happened, and that does ease my suffering. And I can continue to pass on all the kindnesses that have been shown to me over the decades and hope that I can ease the suffering of others." Thank you so much.
And we'll now hear from Angie and Sean Ayers. Sean is the brother of Amy Ayers, and Angie is the sister-in-law of Amy Ayers.
Miss King said, "How can someone who commits such violent crimes get such little time?" I don't think that they knew he was a prolific serial killer while he was alive. I think he was just a bad seed individual and committed, he stole cars and robbed places and things like that. But I'm not 100% sure they knew about his homicides while he was alive, because he got, I think from what they said, he died basically in a standoff with police. Um, so I don't think he ever got held accountable for any homicides. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't have an ace bandage, but I had an old shirt that nobody wears, so I just cut it up. And I'm trying to wrap it, but like I took an ibuprofen, even though I don't like to take ibuprofen, and I've got two different kinds of salves, and I've been putting those on it. So I need to get some arnica. Oh, do you like the salve I gave you? That's awesome. I'm making chapstick today too, some pumpkin pie chapstick. I'm trying to get some stuff ready for y'all for this year for the mods. I have an all natural Botox stuff that works really good. I want to send y'all.
Thank you for letting us have the chance today to speak. We greatly appreciate it. My name's Sean Ayers. I'm the son of Robert and Pam Ayers, Amy's big brother. I'd like to first thank God for giving us all the strength and perseverance for the last 34 years to finally have a little end to it. At one point, I had given up on God, but he never gave up on me, and I am thankful for that.
Canes, so there were two boys initially arrested for this crime, and they were released, I think, in 2009. And they have just this week, this press conference is from an hour ago, found out that it was Robert Eugene Brash, a serial killer who committed the homicide of the girls at the yogurt shop. He also committed several other homicides, and they're working on tying him to a crime in Kentucky as well. I'm trying to find out what crime it was. He didn't he commit a crime and they gave the gun to the dad? Oh yeah, so basically that crime was, I guess, relatively soon after the yogurt shop homicides, but he got pulled over. They pulled him over for something else, and they were going to let him go. And then he figured out that it was a stolen car, and basically he led the police on a chase for about a mile, and they think that he threw out whatever evidence that he had in the vehicle from the yogurt shop homicides, and then he got caught with that gun. And the car was stolen out of Georgia. So I don't know why they were pulling him over, but anyway, he ends up doing, I think, 4 or 6 years in prison. And after that, his dad threw a fit to get the gun back. So they got the gun back. If that gun had stayed there, it might would have been tested, or it might still be there today, and tied in connection with that crime. And we might have figured out sooner what had happened. Oh, he did kill someone, but was let out after only a few years. Interesting. So I misunderstood. I'm sorry about that. Can't imagine. Yeah, being on death row and you're innocent, and like one of them was 16 years old. I feel unreasonably angry for the guys that had to serve time. Maybe not unreasonable, but dang. Yeah, I don't I feel like it was definitely false confessions. I'm so glad that they, are free now and okay, but thinking about how things were done back then it makes me wonder how many people died in the late 70s and 80s that were actually innocent. You know what I mean?
Thank you for the persons that leaked information to the media. Thank you for the bombardment of texts and calls we got minutes after we found out from a face-to-face meeting with APD. Thanks for being responsible for some of the parents being called by media before they got the chance to have their face-to-face with APD. Thank you for forcing this press conference to be moved up, so we all had to rush to put our thoughts and words into a moment we've been waiting 34 years for. You should know better. This has to stop. Since I had to write this down last night on the drive down here, I apologize now if I leave anybody out. Detective Dan Jackson. To us, he's just Dan. One of the few detectives I've met during this journey that has no ego. A man that looks you in the eye with good or bad news. Hold on, I gotta put these on. A man that does what he says with no excuses. A man that treated the girls, the families, in this case with respect. A man that turned down multiple promotions to stay in the cold case unit and on this case. Please take some promotions now. You deserve it. He did his job, not for credit for himself. He did it for the answers, the justice, and a little peace for the people this case has touched. And boy, did he get it done. Thank you, Dan.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit so we can get through all of it, because I don't know, it looks like we got about 30 minutes left of this. If we can't understand it, I'll slow it back down.
Mindy Mumford, last of the Mohicans. Mindy has been there since the beginning. And yes, she told us face to face that she would never stop fighting and never stop helping us. Not surprising, she kept her word. We have laughed and cried together, but she never backed away from the fight and always gave us hope, not with her words, but with her actions.
Right.
I hope that you have an idea of what you mean to us. Me and my family. The world needs more Mindy Mumfords. Thank you, Mindy. Dan and Mindy thought outside the box, made some tough decisions, but they couldn't have done it alone. We still don't know everyone that has been involved this latest update. Thank you to every law enforcement officer from multiple local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. Thank you to all the labs and their employees. Thank you to all the experts that had a hand in this. The result you see today is when you have an army of people working together to reach a common goal. Not for themselves. reach a common goal, not for themselves, but for the victims and their families. Thank you to all of you.
He said, thank you to everybody that did this, not only for yourselves, but for everybody else. Hold on. I might have to boot myself because it's not letting me do anything. Hold on. Okay, now we're back. Let me pull it right back up. I apologize. Sometimes I don't know why it does that sometimes.
And the last one, the spark that lit the fuse, the love of my life, the mother of my children, and a badass of a human being. Angie Ayers. She is the reason I'm standing here at this press conference today. She's the reason this case is not in a box somewhere at APD. I asked for her help, not knowing what I was about to witness. With no experience, no idea where to start, what to do, she went to work. She started making phone calls to everyone that would listen, and the ones that didn't listen, she made them. She was a thorn in the side of many detectives, but she eventually gained the respect of all of them. She didn't take no for an answer. She never gave up when it was extremely hard. And she always said she didn't want to let us down. You never let us down. She's not a detective of any kind or legal counsel. But at this point, she could be a damn good one. I'm proud to be called her husband. I can say I never can repay her for what she has done. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life trying. I love you and thank you. To everyone that's ever sent an encouraging word by card, text, email, or face-to-face, thank you.
Y'all, how precious was that? What just an outpouring of love.
It means a lot. This day, I was never sure it was going to get here. This chapter will close soon, but we're just getting started. You will see.
Sorry. Thank y'all for allowing me the time to speak today. There's been a great amount of emotion over the past few days that no one can explain unless you've experienced it. And to those that leaked it before all the family members were notified, shame on you. This has never been a story to us, these families.
Oh, she's about to get mad. I'm going to slow it down a little bit out of respect because she's talking faster. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with leaking this stuff to the public before family is notified, especially about a thing like this, a case that had been unsolved for 34 years, you know? If y'all were receiving a condolences card for your fiance, what would you want it to say? Lord, I have no idea. I'm not good with that, but somebody in chat might know, Peaches.
It's always been our lives, and we were forced to share it with the world. And the one day that we were trying to cope with it and take a breath, you took that from us. I hope that you never have to endure the pain that caused. With that said, I've already been introduced, so I'm sorry. I'm Angie Ayers, wife of Amy, who's brother to Sean. I'm sorry, wife of Sean, brother to Amy. My journey started 2 days after this murder. I was actually friends with one of the Harbison's cousins. I did not know from that day forward I would be connected with this case for the rest of my life. When Sean asked me to fight for justice,
hey,
I said, how far do you want me to push? And he said, as far as you can. That lit a fire in me that I had never experienced in my life. I have been here longer than most investigators involved. I've been here longer than the district attorneys, the prosecutors, and chief of police. I have been told no, to stand down, told to wait, be careful. Be careful for what you ask for, and I'll let you know when it's deemed appropriate. But I've also got yeses. And those yeses helped start a cold case unit at the Attorney General's office. It also has helped make a federal bill for the families and victims. And I say this to all the other family victims out there. Keep going. You will get knocked down, but get back up with a vengeance. Do not take no when your gut is telling you to push. Do not give up. Fight for what is right, and most importantly, don't let them put your case back in a box.
This is the 1991 yogurt homicides that had been committed by, now we know, a serial killer. They had been unsolved for 34 years, Kelly. I would just like it to say they were there for me. Yeah, a lot of people are telling you. So I'm locking the house. My childhood friend's fiance passed, and I wanted to make them something, but I just don't know what to say. And the last thing I want to do is come across insensitive. A lot of people have a good, a bunch of, good comments in chat for you, Peaches. Good to see you, Matthew. Thank you for being here.
To the Austin community, the APD Cold Case Unit, and the hundreds of friends and families here, online, and watching. Thank you for not forgetting the girls. Your cards and your messages have never gone unread, and they are a comfort to have. To all the people that have reached out, to those that have stood by us to give us advice and a shoulder to lean on when we needed it, thank you. To the families of the cold case throughout the country, I hope you can find the right people who are willing to put their heart and soul in your case and willing to fight for you and with you. I hope that you can build a team of law enforcement, geneticists, genealogists, private investigators, forensic experts, DNA experts, whoever and whatever. Whatever it takes to find the proof that you need in order to solve your case, as we did for the girls. There have been so many detectives that have come and gone over the years, but I guess now, Danny will be our favorite. He came in eager to work for the girls and work with the team. He was warned against how intense and passionate I was in order to help this case. He never wavered. He was willing to put all of his ego aside and do what was right for the girls. He followed the evidence and undoubtedly invested his heart and soul into fighting for justice. He and his team worked diligently to find the hidden puzzle pieces that we needed. Dan, what you have done for Sarah, Jennifer, Eliza, and Amy, there is absolutely no way that we can find the words. There is not a proper way to show our gratitude. All I can say right now is thank you. The other person in this room, I'm gonna make this. She has been by our side the majority of the time. She has set the bar for cold case units and missing persons units in Texas, and together we will be forming a foundation to further advance law enforcement agencies and cold cases around the country. Mindy Montford. Thank you. From our first meeting, she said she would never give up and would fight with us and would be there until she could deliver the news that the girls and the families deserved, and she did it. She has withstood the ups and the downs, the twists and turns, and the exhausted amount of text, emails, phone calls that I have sent throughout the years. Thank you for being a woman of your word. There is nothing that we can do to repay you for what you and all of the team has done for us. This has given so much hope to other families across the country. I hope that you hear me. To law enforcement far and near, please hear this. Open the cold case boxes, please. Put the evidence in the databases. Run the rape kits. Do not wait. Do it today. You could help ease someone's pain today. With the technology, we should be solving more cases. Let's quit letting murderers and habitual criminals out of prison. The justice system has failed the girls numerous times over the decades. This system has got to change. We have got to do better for the victims. I would like to ask President Trump for a conversation to help fix this broken system.
Okay, I'm not going to get political, so I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit. Um, but I do think that they need to run the rape kits and do the testing now that we have the technology that could solve these crimes, and people need to be held accountable for things they did back then.
But I hope that you can see that your aunt and her friends were loved, and it was all worth it. To my husband, I'm sorry. I have seen you suffer in more ways than people will ever know. You've always been the strong and silent one, but sometimes in the silence, it's the one who's suffering the most. I'm glad I was able to keep my word. I was able to help you and our family find justice. I was never going to give up. And lastly, to my sister-in-law, Amy Ayers, I am so honored to have fought next to you. But you can rest easy now, sister. I've got it from here. I will continue your fight to help other victims. Thank you.
This case has always been defined by its victims, and the enduring pain is especially clear today. I want to say how much I appreciate the grace of all of the families over the years. You move me. I know you move everyone in our earshot. So God bless you. I also want to say again, before we go to questions, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the families and on behalf of the people of this city and those that care about justice, thank you to those who have brought us to this point. We've treated today almost like we're in church, but I think it is appropriate for us to ask you to stand and recognize you for the valiant work that you've done on our behalf. Doctor, have the doctor stand up too.
They should hire somebody to do the backlogs. They should. I mean, it costs money, but we need.
I also want to say thank you to all of the law enforcement.
They need to be solving these crimes.
Agencies and groups that have been helpful in this. The detective called you out and by name, and you humbly and kind of stayed in the background, but we deeply appreciate what you've done because you've created hope. All of you have created hope. And today I am very hopeful. My hopefulness is that we can turn a page as a community and hopefully a final page. The final page on a horror that marked a very different time in Austin's history. I believe we can take heart in our growth and our progress and our strength as the city. And we can go to sleep knowing that while the threat of this kind of evil may never pass in this world, we are far, far better able to prevent it before it happens and solve it when it does. The yogurt shop murders will always be part of Austin's history. The pain from that night and its aftermath will never go away. But with the knowledge we have now, we can share some peace. God bless Amy, Jennifer, Sarah, and Eliza. They will always be a part of our city's identity. God bless their families, and God bless Austin. We'll now be happy to answer some questions. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We'll get started in just a second, opening the floor. I do want to remind everybody to please raise your hands and wait for me to call on you. If I don't know your name, I'll do
I
my
don't know
best
what
to
happened.
describe you and make eye contact as well. Please state your name and the media outlet you're with. There are microphones in the room that should capture your voices. And I'll do my best to get to everybody. Yes, Betty.
I don't know. Do y'all want to listen to the questions? Usually they're hard to hear. We can hear the answers, but not the questions. If y'all want to listen to that, let me know. If not, we'll move on. This does say that not all states have detected cold case units, while many larger police departments have implemented cold case units, which are staffed with skilled investigators. This practice is not universal across all law enforcement agencies in the U.S. The National Institute of Justice has noted a lack of agencies addressing the growing needs of unresolved cases, indicating that while some states have cold case units, others may not have them. As far as your question goes, yeah.
Sure. At this point, there is no evidence that he had an accomplice. All of his crimes that we know of, he was alone in all of them, and he was able to accomplish things alone, similar to what he did in the other shop, but in other crimes as well. So we have no evidence at this point that he had somebody with him.
So nobody was with him. Hey, Tracy.
Yes, Bree.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You're good, Tracy.
So it had been entered at least twice before. It's just that it had been several years, and the software had just gotten a lot better over the last few years. So it was a resubmission. Well, every year the software doesn't. I'd probably pass that to the ATF about how often we should be resubmitting stuff. But if they had made it, it's been a big push by the ATF lately that software has gotten so much better just recently that asking, and this goes out to across the country, if you've got old shell casings, resubmit them to NIBIN. We are getting hits in other cases already. There's been a lot. I mean, it's a thing. So I asked everybody to do that. So yeah, it had been submitted before.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on.
You're talking about confessions, Brianna? So I think it's, I think about over the span of my career and the way that when you look at the way evidence has changed and through science and technology, so has using evidence-based practices to get to investigate a case. No cases are going to be closed solely based off of confession. We need other evidence for that. And so that has changed and things have changed since then.
We're going to go with Austin next and then Rudy.
Okay, so talking about confessions, I guess the other guys got convicted in that case because they confessed, and what they were saying was now that there has to be evidence to go with the confession instead of just the confession, which is going to help with the possibility of false confessions, which is always a good thing. Okay. I saw this and I found this real interesting, so we'll go ahead and move on to this. I think I'm going to save David for last because we'll probably spend a few minutes on that. So let me pull this up. Evidently, a man who was a confidential informant was also a serial killer. So it says Portland man indicted in fourth death among ongoing serial killer fears. But yeah, a former FBI agent says the serial killer who doubled as an FBI informant for years manipulated agents into believing he was helping them, all the while preying on unsuspected victims. I was like, what? For real?
Well, thank you everyone for coming. My name is Nathan Vasquez, and I am the District Attorney for Multnomah County. We are here today to announce that the grand jury has indicted Jesse Calhoun for the November 20th, 2022 murder of Kristen Smith.
Now, we touched on him. I remember talking about Jesse Calhoun not long ago. So he's got indicted on another homicide.
As you may know, Mr. Calhoun is already charged with murdering Charity Perry, Joanna Speaks, and Bridget Webster between the dates of March and April of 2023. This indictment adds 2 additional counts: murder in the 2nd degree and abuse of a corpse in the 2nd degree.
Now, I remember, like, I think this is the one we talked about where they showed his girlfriend and they said that he had been on substances, and one girl was like found in a drain pipe. The mother went out to like this barn area where her daughter had been staying, like in a shack or a shed. Basically, they were homeless girls that he would do drugs with and then end up killing.
Remains a very active investigation, and unfortunately we're not going to be discussing the evidence underlying the charges today. And we've worked hard to make sure and assure them that this case was being actively worked. And
Yeah.
the announcement today of this indictment, it's a very important and visible step for this path as we seek justice for these victims.
As a lot of you may know, this is my other daughter, Haley, that's been right there beside me this whole nightmare of a roller coaster. But I'm sorry, I'm really overwhelmed with emotion. I stayed strong, doing all I could, trying to save my daughter. And it was just unbearable to find out I was too late and needed help finding her. And I did everything I could to try to get answers and fight and search. And I couldn't have done any of that or survived each day if it wasn't for my family, if it wasn't for my daughter, and without my friends. I thank the other victims' families for staying by my side the whole way. We searched together, we fought together, we never gave up. And to still stay by my side, even after Jesse Calhoun was indicted for your 3 loved ones.
Okay, I think we had watched that press conference before. I'm going to read it. What they're saying. It says a former FBI agent says a serial killer who doubled as an FBI informant for years manipulated agents into believing he was helping them, all the while preying on unsuspecting victims. Oh, no, this is a different one. I'm sorry. Scott Kimball will likely spend the rest of his life in a federal prison in Colorado after he was sentenced to 70 years in 2009. He pled guilty to killing 4 people between 2003 and 2004, and his number of victims could be much higher, according to former FBI Special Agent Johnny Grushing. Quote, he made a game out of tricking the FBI, unquote, Grushing told Fox News Digital, adding that Kimball's case was unprecedented. Quote, as long as he won the game in front of him, that is all that mattered, unquote. Quote, to have someone who enjoyed manipulating us, putting stuff in our files, and then making people disappear was beyond anything I'd seen, unquote, Grushing said. Kimball, now 58, was a known serial fraudster who spent time in and out of prison during his young and early adulthood. In the 1990s, he practiced working on the criminal justice system, becoming an informant for local police and blaming his own crimes on cellmates. Wow, that is insane. Kind of Ed Kemperish. Oh, David, yeah. The PPD gaslit the entire city of Portland into thinking there wasn't a serial killer. It was laughable at best, irresponsible for sure. I agree. No, this is not Calhoun. This is Scott Kimball. I don't know why that video was there, but I guess it was unrelated. We're talking about this guy right here, Scott Kimball, right now. After a 2001 arrest for a check fraud in Alaska, he befriended his cellmate, Steve Ennis, who had been charged in a drug case. To snake his way into a role as an FBI informant, a calculated Kimball convinced Ennis that he could make the drug case go away and that he had powerful connections that could have witnesses, quote, taken care of, unquote. During the jail stint, he also befriended Ennis's girlfriend, a stripper named Jennifer Marcum. After planting the seeds of a murder for hire plot, Kimball reported to the FBI that Ennis was planning to have witnesses killed, and shortly thereafter was granted confidential informant status. He was moved to a lower security prison and eventually released. From left to right in this photo is Charlie McLeod, Catherine McLeod, Ginger McLeod, Michelle Strict. Bottom left is Samantha McLeod. Family members of victim Kayasi McLeod listened to a recording of Scott Lee Kimball's court hearing at the Boulder County Justice Center in Boulder, Colorado, Thursday, October 8, 2009. Kimball pled guilty to the homicide of 4 people and was sentenced to 70 years in prison. It continues, quote, our primary victim in our case was Jennifer Marcum, Grussing said, quote, mainly he convinced Steve or Ennis to hook him up with Jennifer to get Jennifer out of stripping. So at the same time he's making Steve look like the bad guy, he's taking Jennifer and isolating her and killing her, unquote. By February 2003, Scott was a bona fide informant operating throughout the western United States, and Marcum was dead. During his several-year span as an informant, Kimball was responsible for killing 4 people, including Marcum. He would later confess to killing at least 21 people, according to Grushin, told his own attorneys he was responsible for 45 to 50 killings. His other alleged victims all remain unnamed. After his eventual arrest, authorities would learn that Scott killed Leanne Emery, another stripper, whom he shot and left for dead in a remote desert area just 1 month prior to Marcum's homicide. In August of that year, Casey McLeod went missing. Her homicide was eventually linked to Kimball, and he confessed to it. In 2004, Kimball killed his own uncle, Terry Kimball. In each case, the serial killer provided breadcrumbs to the FBI that ended up in case files, including that he was the last person to be seen with 2 of the victims. In 2006, pressure from victims' family members forced the FBI to begin investigating its own informant. This is wild, y'all. Imagine the innocent people in the case, you know? Oh, I hate when you get interrupted. I hadn't heard of this one either. Pretty interesting. Quote, and that's when 2 dads came to the FBI office to talk to my boss and say not only was Scott responsible for Jennifer's disappearance, but another girl named Casey was last seen with Scott. And that reporting was in the case file, said Grussing. But Scott had mastered such that, again, he enjoyed the game. And it was like leaving little breadcrumbs to say, I'm good at this. I can tell you about these homicides, and you'll never know that I'm the one doing them. In March of 2006, Kimball was arrested in California on fraud-related charges. While he was in jail, the FBI built a case against him, and in 2009, he was officially charged with the homicides. But the homiciders' manipulation of the FBI continued for years, as Grussing and others tried to get him to give up the locations of his victims' remains. Quote, we know he was manipulating us, pointing us in different directions, but he's the only one who knew what happened to them, said Grussing. So even though it was painful to be in front of him and let him win all the time, as long as he thought he was squirming, he would always talk. So that's how I stayed with this man for 15 years. Eventually, McLeod and Emery's remains were recovered. At one point during Grussing's decade-and-a-half quest to get justice for more of Kimball's victims, the killer asked him why he had never been named like other serial killers. Grussing asked him what name Kimball would give himself. He said, "The opportunity killer, because I just kill people when I have the opportunity." Markham's remains have never been found. The opportunity killer is what he would call himself. I don't think he needs a name at all, honestly. Eddie says calling people assholes for no good reason is crazy work. I agree with that. Snarky Pants said this guy, the actual balls on this guy, what the hell, right? That is insane. I wonder how many victims he actually has. Crazy. Okay, most of these are David. Let me see. Yep. Okay, let's talk about Snelling real quick. Now, I don't know if you guys remember Laken Snelling, but she gave birth to a baby at the University of Kentucky. And the baby was born alive, whimpered, and then died, she said. So they've got the paperwork, the documents, the news got the documents on her case and on everything involving the baby. So we have an update to discuss briefly. So the affidavit shows new details in the Laken Snelling case. They got a search warrant of Snelling's phone, searches pertaining to her pregnancy. Somebody took pictures of her during labor, and some of the photos were deleted. Who was taking pictures of her during her labor? If they were taking pictures, they obviously knew she was going into labor. So why didn't they take the baby and at least drop the baby off in a drop box that allegedly might have been about a block away from her home? Oh, no, you're good. The story is bugged out, isn't it? Hey, Screaming Daisies. Thank you for telling me happy birthday. She took selfies? That is insane. Wow.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Bill and Amber, we just got those new records from the court within the last hour. They include several new details about this case. The biggest one, though, is that Snelling told medical staff she believed her baby was alive at the time of his birth. We do want to warn you, though, some viewers may find these details disturbing. Now, the affidavit we obtained says Snelling told police she gave birth at 4 a.m. At that time, she said she didn't believe the baby was alive. Snelling said she later passed out, falling on top of the baby, and when she woke up, the baby turned blue and purple. At that time, the affidavit says Snelling believed the baby was dead, wrapped him up, and laid next to him on the floor, something she said gave her comfort in that moment. We know from Snelling's arrest citation, the baby was found wrapped in a towel in a garbage bag inside a closet. Now, these documents say she admitted to police that she cleaned up and put the baby in that closet. After this, Snelling says she went to school but didn't go to class. She later went to UK's student clinic but didn't go inside. The affidavit says she then went home, where she was later detained by Lexington police. She was then taken to police headquarters and later to UK hospital, where it says she told staff the baby displayed some fetal movement, including a whimper. A search warrant of Snelling's phone showed searches pertaining to pregnancy.
So if the baby moved and whimpered and she still put it in the closet in the trash bag, she should be held accountable for that. If she genuinely didn't want to have the baby, when she gave birth to the baby, she could have dropped the baby off at the fire station, because you can do that within the first 7 days and the baby will be safe and fine and that baby could have lived. And then you find out there's pictures of her that she took during labor. There's the photos of her with that boyfriend where she's looking very pregnant, which I'll pull up in just a minute.
Including photos of her during labor and, quote, concealed or hidden pregnancy. The affidavit says some of the photos of labor were deleted, which Lexington police, leads them to believe, quote, other items could have also been deleted in an attempt to hide any evidence of the pregnancy, birth, and newborn baby. Now, this affidavit was attached to a request for a search warrant for Snelling's iCloud. It does also note that that iCloud account is shared with Snelling's mother. Live in Lexington, Samantha Valentino, WKYT.
This is so I've heard people asking about why didn't the mother know or how didn't the mother know if their iClouds were linked together. And I think that when she went home, she told her mother if her mother did not know. I think when she went home, she told her mother. But see, we have these photos of her with some boy, and he's got his hands wrapped around her belly. I mean, they definitely look like maternity photos. They cut off that one at the bottom, but like you can see his hands right here are wrapped around her belly, and she is obviously pregnant. I'm wondering if she broke up with that boy and then decided she didn't want the baby anymore. But you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't decide all of a sudden you don't want the baby and then just let the baby die. There, you can see she looks pregnant. Lord have mercy. It says court documents reveal Laken's baby was born alive and was full term. Laken's phone searches revealed searches about pregnancy and hidden pregnancy, images of labor, images of Laken doing things an ordinary pregnant woman would not do. Photos of her in labor were deleted. Laken told detectives the baby fell and she didn't think he was breathing or alive. Roommate heard loud noises like something had fallen. What in the world did Laken do? Laken said she passed out on the baby, and when she awoke, her baby boy was blue. Laken said she was awake for 30 minutes before she passed out. Laken said she wrapped her baby that she thought was dead up like a burrito. Laken went to the kitchen and got a black trash bag and put the baby and the placenta inside. Laken wasn't feeling well, so she ordered McDonald's. The details released in Laken's court documents are worse than I expected. Wow. So she wasn't feeling good, but she ordered McDonald's. She was awake for 30 minutes before she passed out, but she wrapped and had time to wrap the baby up like a burrito and put it in a trash bag. That is insane. That poor child could have been saved. That pisses me off. My goodness. Okay, last thing real quick before we get into David. It doesn't look good for Laken, Snarky Pants, and I don't think it should. I think she needs to be held 100% accountable for what she did. Her roommates found this stuff, yep, and called 911 after she had ran to her damn mama's house. And with them sharing the cloud and her deleting photo, I think she got there and told her mother if her mother had not checked, the cloud or whatever. I think she told her mother. I think the mother knew. That's just my thoughts. Okay, over the weekend, a man opened fire in my state of North Carolina. Julianne said, "Does anyone believe she did fall asleep on the baby?" No, absolutely not. Yeah, no time to call 911, but she ordered garbage to eat. Yeah, she ordered McDonald's. It says the baby was full term. And with the photos that we just looked at, I think she wanted the baby, but then when I'm thinking possibly now this is just me speculating. I'm wondering if she broke up with the boyfriend and then her perfect little family wasn't going to be what she thought it was supposed to be, so she got rid of the baby. She hid it. And it makes me question, had she done something like that before? I don't know. It is very sad. The other girl got off burying her alive baby in the backyard. Yeah. Some of these people literally act psychotic. Yeah. Did she fall asleep or have a hemorrhage and passed out from blood loss? Well, she had time to order McDonald's. She had time to clean up. She wrapped the baby up like a burrito and put the baby and the placenta in the bag. So I don't think she fell asleep or passed out from a blood hemorrhage. I think she was just yeah. I think she meant to do it. I feel like if she had done something like this before, she would have been way more well prepared and better at it. Well, I mean, for having just given birth, she seemed to, I mean, everything that was reported seemed kind of methodical to me. I believe they blamed her anorexia on her bad behavior. Oh, wow. That's insane. So, over the weekend, a man opened fire. I believe it was at a restaurant in on a boat. Um, this reads, accused North Carolina gunman sued Kelly Pickler for allegedly trying to kill him. So it says the man arrested for allegedly shooting 3 people dead in a bizarre boat attack in North Carolina Saturday night sued Kelly Pickler, claiming she tried to poison him earlier this year, over a decade after he was her date to the CMT Music Awards. Wow. Nigel Edge, a Brunswick County resident, has been accused of shooting down 3 people and injuring 8 others at the American Fish Company Saloon in Southport, North Carolina on Saturday night. In February, the same man accused Pickler of trying to take his life by poisoning him the same night they attended the CMTs together in 2012, according to court documents obtained by TMZ. He even includes a photo of the pair at the event. Notably, he calls it the CMA Awards, but the photo shows them at the CMTs. Huh. Edge claims in his lawsuit that the former American Idol contestant handed him a poison glass of Jim Beam at the big event, and he's only allowed to tell the tale because he did not drink it. All the way back from 2012. The suspected homicider represented himself in the filing. TMZ has reached out to Pickler's legal team for comment. So far, no word back. But wait, there's more. There are several articles depicting them at their CMTs, which label the country singer taking a wounded Marine as her date. Sergeant Sean DeBevosey. TMZ obtained a document showing DeBevosey filed to change his name in 2023 and names his former and current names in another lawsuit he filed earlier this year, alleging a medical institution tried to kill him as well. Okay. This man needs some psychiatric medication. I couldn't believe when they just kept another and another. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Tracy, I'm sorry about that, love. Yeah, this is insane. He's definitely got some mental health issues going on. So not only did he sue Pickler for allegedly trying to kill him, he also accused the Brunswick Medical Center in North Carolina of doing the same. Edge details his sustained injuries from a 2006 attack while he was serving in Iraq in his Brunswick lawsuit. He claims he almost died after getting shot in the head and now has nerve damage and a skull that's half plastic. As for his most recent trouble, he was due in court on Monday. So he was injured and shot in the head, I guess, at war, and that would explain some of the mental health issues. And you can see there on the side of his skull where he got shot. That's really sad, if I'm being honest. He's done committed a homicide of, 3 people and injured 8? I mean, that just goes back to, like we were talking about Decker, mental health for veterans. We need better mental health for veterans. All right, so we've got quite a few things to talk about with David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the 15-year-old found in the trunk of his Tesla. We looked at, Lord, my mind just slipped me. SF Investigates post on X showing that the Tesla had been ticketed 11 days before it was actually towed at the end. So it was towed beginning of September, but the end of August, it had been ticketed. So that makes me think that by that time, Celeste's body was in the vehicle. He does need help. Better mental health access for everyone. I agree. Why do they see things you'd never... They see things you'd never imagine. They do. Kelly dodged a bullet, Lord of mercy. All right, so we were talking about TMZ, and there is allegedly a video from TMZ and it's right here. Hold on. I wanted to look at this with you guys. So this video allegedly shows Celeste Hernandez at the liquor store. It's going to talk about it or show it or something to that effect. It says the death of a teen and a star named David. TMZ sifts through 2024 surveillance video of Celeste Rivas. This is from Ashley Banfield.
When police found the badly decomposed remains of Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the trunk of her rich boyfriend's Tesla, it kicked off a spiraling mystery 2.5 weeks ago. But it also ended another mystery, one that had lasted a year and a half. Celeste was a missing person from the age of 13 on.
And there's allegations that David met her when she was late parts of 11, early parts of 12 years old. I did drop the link because I know Abraham had said he wanted to come up and talk about David. I just dropped it. You don't have to come up if you don't want to, or you can click it at any time during the conversation that you want to come up.
Her disappearance was reported to the Sheriff's Department of Riverside County, where she lived. In April of 2024, that report went in. But she had been a runaway at least twice before that, in January and again in March of that year. Now TMZ has obtained video from the March disappearance. It was captured by a surveillance camera down the street from Celeste's home in Lake Elsinore, California. There's Celeste, right there, at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday. This was March 19th. Where she's going and why she starts to run is unclear, but one thing is certain. This minute-long video is critical to what came next in her young life, as is personal information about Celeste herself from the man who owns the cameras.
So here she is walking. Wait a minute, I had to back it up. I was with the children's. Let's back it up and look at it again. I'm sorry.
Video from the March disappearance.
So there she is walking.
It was captured by
running
a surveillance
quickly.
camera down the street from Celeste's home in Lake Elsinore, California. There's Celeste, right there, at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday. This was March 19th. Where she's going and why she starts to run is unclear, but one thing is certain. This minute-long video is critical to what came next in her young life.
Wait a minute. She starts to run as these people start to run who are unrelated. So I'm wondering if they heard gunshots or something in the area, so they ran. Hey, Sam, good to see you. They want to go after the CSA on David. A lot of people are saying what we talked about briefly, the possibility of being framed. Everyone knew where she was. It seems that way. I don't think she ran for a nefarious reason. I think they heard gunshots or something and took off running.
Unclear, but one thing is certain.
See, they both run at the same
Is
time.
critical to what came next in her young life, as is personal information about Celeste herself.
Possibly running to get across that road too, if people like turn on the road quickly or something. I don't know.
From the man who owns the cameras. I spoke a short time ago about all of this with TMZ executive producer Charles Ladebaudiere, and here's our conversation. Charles, tell me about this video, when it was taken, and the significance of the date and time.
Well, the video that we obtained from this is surveillance video from a liquor store in Lake Elsinore, California. The date is March 19th, 2024. What's significant about that date is this was around the time where what we've heard now from several people who have known, who knew Celeste, is that she was a runaway, and that in early 2024, there were multiple times that she ran away from home. This would have been either the second or third time, we're trying to figure that out, that she ran away in March. The first time had been in January. We've talked about it, that the police found her in Hollywood, brought her back to her family. But in March, she took off again. And we know this because her sister went into this liquor store and asked the owner if he had seen her come into the store. Did he have any surveillance video that might have shown her or where she went? He went back and looked at his cameras, and he did see this video, which shows Celeste walking down the street, walking at first, but then running, and she's running toward someone. Now, you lose it in the video because she gets too far down the street and you can't make out the vehicle, but the owner of the liquor store who we spoke to told us there was a car waiting for her there.
1 second, it's a
So
pipe
I
dream.
think that, I mean, I don't think it's anything nefarious. I think it was her running away. As she had done several times before. I think that's all it is that she was running away and David was waiting to pick her up. I don't think it's anything really more than that. Okay, so we got several different things to talk about with David. Eddie says, you know, it's probably not. Okay, never mind. Eddie said, or a quick reaction to seeing somebody run, like, oh shit, what's going on, and running to. Yeah, that's a possibility. We used to do that when I would walk. Yeah, I'm curious as to what all is on the devices, especially deleted stuff. I hope they can recover it. I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can. There's a couple of things I'm trying to figure out which one to go with next. So let's talk about the Tesla real quick. Maybe it was her family. Oh, yeah, maybe she was running from her family who was looking for her, or if David, I mean, thinking about, because, I've told y'all I was not the best teenager, and I ran away, and I'm thinking if somebody was texting me and I was running away, they would probably, be like, hurry up, I got the car parked here and I can't sit here long. Or, what if a cop drives by, hurry up and get over here where they can't see you or where you're not on camera so we can leave. You got to hurry up, like walk faster, run a little bit or something, hurry up and get over here. I'm thinking it could be something like that. Maybe they saw her running and they started running or something like that. I'm not sure her family was after her. It's probably why she left at 7 o'clock in the morning. Family might have still been asleep. Because she had done this several times before, Thank you. Why is she running away from the home? Well, to be with him, when she's running in the video camera, I don't know what specifically. I think she was running just to try to get to where he was at quicker. But I had talked about this briefly when we talked about David last. Think about being an 11 or 12-year-old during this time period when TikTok is the big thing, and you join a Discord of an up-and-coming star that you're, like, really into and love his music, and he actually pays you attention to the extent of he falls in love with you, allegedly, and, you got the choice of being at home with your siblings and your parents, or you can go be with this up and coming music artist, travel the world, get spoiled with money and cars and all the things, and get to do whatever you want to do. I think it'd be hard for her family to compete with that. You know what I mean? Hannah said, in my opinion, many people suspected, if not knew for sure, that Celeste was underage, but chose whether on their own or with financial initiative to say nothing. Yeah, we're going to talk about that briefly. Allegedly, people were paid to be quiet. I ran off with that older man as a teenager as well because I thought I was grown as well. Sure did. It's not uncommon. All right. So this says David Tesla scandal sees new twist. Celeste Rivas was dead for weeks before being found dead in singer's car. Check details. So it says, and what might mount more trouble for the American singer-songwriter David, a major revelation in the high-profile celebrity case rocking the Hollywood Hills has taken a new turn. The LA Police Department has confirmed to People that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the 14-year-old girl found dead in singer David's Tesla, had been dead for several weeks. LAPD captain and commanding officer Scott M. Williams told the outlet that the body was found inside the car in LA parking lot on September 8th, even though many questions about Celeste Rivas' death still remain unanswered. But investigators are still tight-lipped about David's role in Celeste's death and the nature of the relationship that he started with her. David has not been charged in the connection with the death. He has not even been named as a suspect. So we, again, Bethina, you did too? Yeah, it's crazy when we think we're, and I mean, I think just like us, she thought she was grown. She thought she'd make her own decisions. I'm not even sure David did this. Of young girls don't have a daddy in their lives. They look for a daddy figure in strangers. Unfortunately, yes, they do. Yes, they do. She may have even thought it was okay as he was a teen when they first met. Yep. Hey, Brandy, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. They're also working on covering their own asses for not doing anything when she was reported missing. Yeah. Yeah. I learned the hard way too, Bethina. Yeah, evidently, as we've heard, a lot of people reported that he was with an underage girl and they knew where she was and the police didn't do shit about it. I mean, and I do know that she was taken back to the house several times, but she just kept leaving. So, I mean, I think they did what they could do for the most part. The LAPD believes that the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been there in David's Tesla for several weeks. LAPD captain and commanding officer Scott Williams told people he could not confirm if the musician was cooperating with the investigation. Quote, "We know for sure that Celeste Rivas Hernandez died and someone placed her body in the front trunk area of David Burke's Tesla. We know that the Tesla had been parked in the location from which it was towed for several weeks. So it is very likely Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been dead for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. The LA County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death, so we don't know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her dead body," the captain added, sharing that the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division is still probing the case, the officer said. Williams also confirmed that LAPD did serve a search warrant at a residence near where the car was towed. What is Celeste Rivas' cause of death? As the mystery around David Tesla controversy deepens, many questions will get answered when the investigators get to know Celeste's cause of death and the date of the death. The LA County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of her death, so we don't know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her dead body, the captain added, sharing that the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division is still probing the case. Hey, Abraham, how are you?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I am great. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
Um, okay, so what do you think about this case so far?
I don't know. I don't think that he did this. I think there's just a lot of circumstantial evidence because they say that her body was in the Tesla for weeks. If she really had been there for weeks, when the Tesla was towed, they would have smelled the decomposing body by the time it went to the tow yard. I think
That's a
I
good
think I think that she was just put in there or just unalived, when the Tesla was abandoned, and then shortly after was taken to the tow yard.
You think so? Um,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna pull up something real quick. Here we go. On X, it shows SF investigates. Lord have mercy if I can talk. Where is it at? Here. This is a ticket where it was towed on August. It talks about like August 27th at 2:26 p.m. And I've heard rumors, okay, that Celeste was found decapitated in the vehicle, wrapped in a tarp, wrapped also in something else very specific. Rumors have said it was a blanket or a bed sheet. And then I've also heard that maybe she could have been put inside of some plastic bags and maybe like somebody vacuum sealed something. I don't know if that's just a rumor. Now, again, I don't know if that's been said by anybody with credit or anything, but I'm thinking if she had been put in some type of vacuum sealed bags, it would have taken a little while for the smell to emanate. And okay, if we're thinking about them hooking up to the vehicle, I don't know. They it took 3 days for them to smell it. If you think about the vehicle going down the road, the air is going to be blowing, so it's going to blow the smell away. But you would think you would smell it right when you came up on it.
Yeah, if it had been that long, I think they would have smelled. Especially law enforcement knows, that distinct smell that we always hear in true crime. That when you smell a decomposing body, you're gonna know. So that's why I feel that she was
Yeah.
just, I think, killed very recent before the car was found, which is probably why they didn't smell it at the time. And I also think about this. Okay, like this kid, he was a rising star. When you think about yourself at that age and you are given this opportunity, this is the last thing on your mind, unaliving someone or doing some sort of dark sadistic stuff like that. I mean, his artistic persona is very unique. It's not my taste, but that doesn't mean that he's guilty. And a lot of the stuff
Right.
didn't he write all of this stuff like years before this even happened?
Yeah, I think so because they were talking about put out the song about Celeste. I know that one was old. I think a lot of these songs had been written way beforehand, but he talks about being really into gore porn and all of that. So it's questionable, but it also makes him an easy target if you're trying to like frame him for something. It would make it easy because of what he talks about.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work to his advantage for sure. But to say that he did all of this, without any proof, and one thing I know that he's probably guilty of is harboring a minor for sure.
Yeah.
Like harboring a minor because he has to have known her age, and he kept her there knowing that she was a runaway.
Yeah.
But as far as him unaliving her, I mean, I doubt it. And I think he was probably on tour when any of this happened. And who's to say that he didn't leave her the car while he was away on tour because her traveling with him exposes her more if she's really trying to stay away from her family. So maybe she went to hang out with somebody who committed the crime, and then guess what? If she came in the car, then they stuck her back in the car and just dropped off the car somewhere, dumped it somewhere.
Yeah, and that's been a theory that people have been discussing as well. Why would be the question, why kill her?
Yeah, that's a crazy part. And I don't think that she was dismembered either, because I hear that all these news outlets are walking that back. I think that
Oh,
we assumed because of the weight, but our bodies are made up from 50 to 70% water. When you
uh-huh.
decomposition, you all of that, you know, you secrete all of that water. So yeah, you're bound to weigh a lot less,
Yeah,
especially
'cause,
if it had been that long.
yeah, 71 pounds was what she weighed at the time.
Yeah, dehydration and decomposition, you release all the liquid that we are all composed of. So that's why she weighed it so little. And I think that if she was like dismembered, there would have been several body bags, one body bag per limb or whatever. And I don't think
But
they ever mentioned any of that.
no, they didn't, but to fit in a 4-foot trunk area, okay, one, to fit in a 4-foot size trunk, 4 cubic feet foot trunk area, she'd have to be, like, very smushed up or something, like, it would be hard to fit her in there, could be another reason why people suspected that, but I if we're gonna talk about decomposition, and her weighing 71 pounds, that would mean she had to be in there for some time, because before you decompose and lose all that weight, you would bloat and be actually weigh a little bit. Well, you would bloat and all of the gases would fill up. So that would make me think you might weigh a little bit more. And then you would release all the fluids, and everything would, be not in the body anymore. And you would basically dehydrate and weigh a lot less. So that would make me think she had been there for some time, because it takes a little while for that to happen. Like, you have to bloat and all that first.
How long was she in the was the car in the tow yard before they noticed the smell?
3 days.
3 days. Okay. And how long had the car been abandoned according to the reports?
Well, that's what I was that's what I just pulled up with SF Investigates. They're saying that the car got a ticket because it was they didn't think it had moved in the proper amount of time on August 27th. And then she was found on September 7th or 8th, I believe, is when they towed it to the yard and found her, one of those dates. I'll have to get each one of the dates, but around the beginning of September and the end of August was the first time the car was ticketed, but it was moved. And so because somebody came and moved it, it put the date of them actually finding her as September 7th or 8th. Yeah, it
Wait,
was
but
moved over and over, but
they moved like where? Like to a different parking spot?
yeah, like up and down the road in front of his house, from
And
my
then
understanding.
because I thought the car just sat there at one specific spot until it was towed.
Well, that's what a lot of us thought, but now they're coming out with more information on that, because SF Investigates put this thing out that I had pulled up just a second ago. Um, Here, like a little bit further back, he shows it. Yeah, so it's parked on the road in front of the house here, and I think that's about where they located it. This is David's house. Um, That was from, it doesn't tell me what date it was found, but then we go up here and we have this ticket here, and I can't zoom in, but it talks about vehicle moved for 72 hours on August 27th, 2025 at 2:26 p.m. White chalk was left. Vehicle cited for 72 hours on September 3rd at 2:51 p.m. No evidence of moved. So it had been not it, okay, on August 27th, it had not moved for 27 hours, 20 sorry, 72 hours, so they marked it. And then on the 3rd, it also had not moved for 72 hours, so they marked it and then came back and picked it up. So when it was marked on August 27th, evidently somebody moved it. So they marked it again on September 3rd. And then after that, it wasn't moved again. And then that's when they came and picked it up. I do believe is what that's saying.
Okay, so if it was moved once and then on the second time it was stayed there permanently, maybe that's when she was put in there. Because I feel like if it had been like a long period of time when it was picked up, they would have smelled it. They would have smelled the decomposing body. I mean, that's a very I've never smelled it, thank God, but but that's a very pungent and strong smell from what I hear others, claim. So they would
Yeah.
have smelled it.
You would think so, because it, it was hot in the area at the time.
So it makes
Yeah.
sense that if it was moved once, then she was placed there. 3 days later, it's marked and picked up, and then three more days after that, it was found and it was reported with the bad smell from the toy yard, which makes a total of about, let's say, 6-7 days. It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in the coroner's office or whatever office they use in California, the person who determines all this, who does the autopsy, they know they have a rough estimate as to when the body, was unalived, because there's the maggots that form, within us and all that stuff. They grow in size, and based on that and the level of decomposition, they know how far back, the body began to, that the person died.
Yeah.
They're just not saying it until they get the toxicology report. Because also this, if okay, so the manner of death is one thing, and then the what's the other one? Once the manner and the other one's like you have to label a homicide or natural death or accidental death. If she was decapitated, it would have been labeled a homicide already, because there's no way you can decapitate yourself without
Yeah, and
accident, I guess.
yeah, and it confused me a little bit, so that might have been a rumor because they said in that article I was just reading where they were trying to figure out if it's like it was an accidental death and she was placed there, or if somebody killed her, and it like yeah, you don't accidentally like
So,
decapitate yourself. So
so there's a manner of death and a cause of death. So the cause, like if you die of natural causes or if you die from asphyxia, you can die from asphyxia by drowning, because drowning is a type of asphyxiation, is you deprive your lungs of, of air. So you can
Mhm.
be asphyxiated by drowning and be an accidental death. And it can also be a homicide if somebody was to strangle you. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I think that they're waiting on the toxicology to see if maybe she was given some sort of substance that would, allow the person to make a better determination whether it was a homicide or accidental or undetermined.
yeah, because we don't have anything really per the autopsy report, which I have here, and it
That's
just
why I
says
don't think she
pending
was
further
dismembered.
medical evaluation.
That's why I don't think she was dismembered. If she had been, it would have been a homicide, because you can't dismember
Yeah,
yourself.
it makes sense. Oh, crap. So I think he started his tour on August 4th. And like you're saying, I'm not sure that she would have been dead at that point. And again, if he had been dead at that point, if she had been dead at that point, they would have named him a person of interest. Hey, Crystal. Um, and they haven't even named him a suspect at the time or person at this time or person of interest.
Yeah, and that could be because they're probably trying to build a case, right? Because they're not gonna go in there willy-nilly and arrest people without having the ability to keep you in jail. And they, if they don't have the proof, they
Yeah.
can't keep you. They can only, hold you for so long. So that they're probably building a case if that is the case. But I just thought that I don't think he did it. And plus,
I'm
a lot of people probably had access to his car.
Yeah, and they talk about that, that they think that she had access to the car. I've heard somebody say they thought his brother did it. There's a lot of questions.
Yeah, now taking okay, looking at her age, let's say she was 14 because she didn't turn 15 till like after her death.
Right.
Does she even know how to drive? I don't think she can legally drive unless she's 16.
Well, some places had reported that she had fake IDs. So he might have
Oh,
taught her to drive and she might have had a fake ID because they
yeah,
didn't even know who she was for like the longest time, and she was only identified by the tattoo on her finger.
yeah. That's poor girl,
Yeah, it's
poor
sad.
girl. Yeah, it's very sad. Now, a lot of people are, because I think that some people, like the people who criticize this, they need to be clear. She ran away because she wanted to. She was not
Yeah,
coerced to run away, I don't think. And when you want to run away, I mean, like when you as that age run away, you have a very different mindset. You don't have the mindset of a child. You have the mindset of a more mature young adult. So she's not a
right.
defenseless little girl that was coerced into go. No, she wanted to go. Does she deserve this? Absolutely not. Nobody deserves this. But it wasn't like, somebody went home and got her out. She was, her family, from what I see, attempted to bring her back and she just kept leaving. And at some point, like in the Spanish community, the family will go out and get you, but at some point they'll tell you, you know what? Then you suffer the consequences of your actions, of whatever happens. You're on your own.
Yeah, and her family I mean, she had been brought back several times and she kept leaving. Now, people say that she was groomed, and she probably was, but she had been living with him for almost a year. So, I mean, again, she is a bit more of a mature young adult,
A young
because
adult,
she had
yeah.
Yeah, but it is also possible that she was groomed, but I think she definitely wanted to be where she was and made that decision even though her parents didn't want her to.
Okay, when it comes to
Cool.
grooming and coercive control, that is
Mhm.
something that if you become a person that does that, you don't just automatically at the age of 18 have this full knowledge of how to groom people. No, that is something that you acquire based on how other people react to what you do or what you say. So this kid has not been alive long enough to know how to groom anyone because he hasn't lived out, he hasn't had many interactions. He's not like, let's say, for example, a Diddy who is a grown man, had access to all this money, all this power, all these other things, and he knows what works for him. He knows the things that he can say that would have that a person react in a way that he wants to. I don't think this kid has put that into practice to know what works for him and what doesn't. People who are very good looking, they know that because of their looks, they're able to convince others to do what they want. But that's just that person. He is still like a kid, and I don't think he had the capability to even do that yet. He was being
Well,
homeschooled.
yeah, I didn't know that. So he was 17 though when they met, and she was like 11 or 12. So that's really weird to me, that big, huge age gap. But I do think that I don't think if he did groom her, I don't think it was necessarily like intentional. I think he was obsessed with her and he like fell in love with her. But it is odd for a 17-year-old to be talking to a girl that's like possibly the end of 11 turning 12 or whatever. That's weird, and that's weird for a lot of people. At the age of 17, I wouldn't have given a 12-year-old a second glance. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
Like Miss Woozy, okay, Miss Woozy saying that you've seen other teens. Yes, but that all depends on the individual who has grown up in the streets, who has lived a life of crime at a very young age because they're exposed to different things. There's no record of this kid ever being any of that.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to think that he had the capability can some people do it? Absolutely you can. But I think that you would have, like, look at those kids that sometimes we see in that they are interviewed by police and they're like 12, 13 and committing crimes. Those kids live on the streets. They are
Yeah.
committing crimes from a very young age. So I would see it more in them. But from this kid who started out, doing stuff online, like in, I don't know, video game stuff, and he just doesn't strike me like any other, like that type of person. At least he doesn't strike me like he is, and even less with the amount of proof that we have. There's nothing that says that he's been a troubled kid in the streets.
No, and Miss Woozy said I've seen it in church, and a lot of people are saying that he regardless he is a pedophile. Again, it's just they were okay. He started out playing Fortnite. He kept getting copyright struck for his music, so he started writing music. I can see it both ways, right? And I'm kind of in the middle. Okay, he was 17 when they met, and there's a 5-year difference. Okay, now
16. I
for
think he was 16 when they met. She was 11 and he was 16, supposedly. Which then they're
okay,
both minors. If we're gonna be thinking, they're both minors. Would I have anything in common with an 11-year-old? Me thinking back, probably not. But they're just playing video games. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt because until we have concrete evidence that there was something more, then I don't think we should be so harsh on this
right.
kid.
I get it. I think okay, I think that okay, so they're like if we look at it, if they're both over the age of 18, a 5-year difference isn't that much. However, when they're that age, that is a big difference. But I don't think that he set out with the intention, oh, I'm going to groom her. She's going to be mine. I'm going to train her up. Okay. Like people, like I was groomed at the age of 13 by someone who was way, way older than that. There was like freaking 15 years difference. Okay. That person said, I'm going to train you up and you're going to be the perfect girl for me. Like that, I don't think that happened here. If he did groom her, I don't know that it was necessarily intentional. Could he have set out with that mindset? Possibly. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I think that more so they were hanging out And then he started to like her, and they kind of like, I mean, she's seeing him as a star and as somebody with all this money who's writing these beautiful songs for her. So I think she fell in love. Now, did he use it as a dynamic over her? Possibly, but it seems to me more like that he was very much in love and obsessed with her as well. Could there have been, I mean, it's entirely possible, and I don't know. I don't think that you would fall in love with an 11-year-old, but again, we don't know, like maybe she was very intellectually mature for her age. I don't know.
I
It's hard
definitely
for
agree that
me.
she was definitely very mature for her age. Yes. Like Eddie is saying that I'm defending him. I don't even know this kid. I had no idea who this kid is. I've never heard a song from
Take
him.
Lisa.
I'm just looking at it from the presumption of innocence. There's no proof of what anybody is alleging that he did, or didn't do up with to this person. I know that he is guilty of harboring a minor.
Well, they
He
were
should.
definitely in a sexual relationship, but
And that I can also see that too, because if the text messages or the messages that have been put out that she claims to have gone there with him, if that is true, then yes, absolutely, then of course that's very inappropriate legally and morally. That's just crazy.
yeah.
But I don't
I
think that he killed the girl.
I don't think he killed her, and yes, we see it as grooming, we do, but I can see it both ways. I don't know them personally. I don't think that he should have been talking to an 11 or 12-year-old, okay, at all whatsoever, but I also see it as maybe he saw this girl and he fell in love with her, or played games with her and he fell in love with her, and he adored her, and even in the songs writes about 7 more years and then we can get married. I've seen videos where he's like, I want to, in 5 years I'm going to drop off, and I'm not even going to be, I'm going to be on my own private island away from society. I'm not going to be in the public anymore. Like, I see him very much as doing this. He kind of fell into it at first because he was trying to make uncopyrighted music for him to play Fortnite on the internet. And then he met this girl, and there was a big age gap in their ages, but he loved her enough to like keep going and getting her. He was very much adored her and loved her. And I think he was continuing to do this so that he could try to get enough money to when she turned 18, they could get married and be together. Now, yes, there could have been grooming going on, but I don't think that necessarily he set out with the intention to say that I'm going to groom this girl and train her up to be who I want her to be. I think they could have fallen in love. I don't know. I wasn't there at the end of the
See, to
day, but
me,
I don't.
to me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're good.
I see. To me, grooming has a different meaning. Like for me, when you groom somebody, you have the intent. You knowingly do that with the intention of an end goal. So that's why I don't think grooming would be the right word. Did he probably make it easier for her to accept that it was okay for her to leave the house? Yes, when he should have done. She is a minor. Send the child back home. She was a 12, 11, 12, or whatever she was. And if she's leaving home, no, send her back home. She is a minor. That is inappropriate. But I don't think that he like groomed her the way that I'm thinking. Puff Daddy probably would groom someone, a grown ass man who has lived enough and knows enough to do that intentionally. So maybe that's
Yeah.
where the difference
Miss
lies.
Miss Woozy said, please tell the Duggar girls it wasn't grooming because their brother was under 18 and from a good family. Go ahead. Now, that's a different situation. Yeah, her brother definitely, but that's her brother. It's different for me because I think that he fell in love with her, and it wasn't necessarily that he was trying to train her up. I think she was his muse in a way. Like he fell in love with her, and he had like worshipped her and was obsessed with her.
But I don't even know who the
The
Duggars
brother
are.
thing is the brother. It was a brother who molested his sisters. That's a whole different thing.
And that
I
has
did look
nothing to
up.
do with this case, right?
No, yeah,
Like,
it's just referencing grooming, but the brother is not like in love with the sister and adored the sister and obsessed with her and loved them and want to get married when they turn 18. So it's different. I do want to read the definition of grooming and then continue to talk about it. I think number 2 says the practice of preparing or training someone for a particular purpose or activity. And then number 3 says the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act, such as selling drugs or joining a terrorist organization. Now, see, it's like when we look at it like that, yeah, he wanted to have sex with her, but it's hard, because like I'm like, yeah, they had sex, but like they were also planning to get married. But on the same side of that, you could also say, well, yeah, guys groom girls all the time and they have sex, and then he says he's going to marry her, and sometimes they do, but it's still a grooming situation. So it's a hard area to be in, and I think everybody just has different views of it. The difference for me is that it seems like he genuinely loved her, and I don't think he was trying to train her to be a submissive, I don't how to
I see.
explain
I
this,
agree
like.
with that. I agree with what you're saying, and also I take it
Oh, you're
as
good, Miss
case by
Lindsay.
case. I don't think that I'm not saying that everybody who is underage doesn't groom some cannot does not have the ability to groom. I'm talking about this
Right.
particular case, this particular person, and looking at this particular person's character. That's the only thing that I'm talking about. I'm not saying anything else about grooming in other cases.
Yeah. And a lot of people are saying she's 12, and I appreciate all of you voicing your opinions, especially when we don't agree, because it gives us the opportunity to have these in-depth conversations. Yeah, she's 12, and that's a big problem for me. He was 16, 17 at the time. There's a 5-year difference. And yes, it does make a difference when you're talking about people under the age of 18, even though if they were over the age of 18, a 5-year age gap is not that big of a deal. Under the age of 18, they're on 2 different levels completely mentally. But I don't know her personally. Like, was she very mature for her age? I mean, at the age of 12, no, you should not be engaging and going with somebody and having sex with somebody and trying to, play husband wife before you can legally get married. I disavow that. And, I would kill somebody if it was my 12-year-old daughter. But I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Like, I can see all aspects. It's what makes it different is that it's like, I think they were obsessed with each other. Does that make it
Yeah.
right? No. But I don't think it's not like he was training. I don't think his intentions were necessarily to groom her or to use her in a negative way. I think his intentions were to wait till she turned 18, and then they were going to live happily ever after. Uh,
Hmm.
so I mean, but not to say that people who groom people don't tell them things like that. It's different. I don't know. It's kind of hard. It's like being between a rock and a hard space.
I agree with you to 100%, and I'm glad that you are able to put yourself at who you were at the time and the things that you did. Because I look at the same thing
Yeah.
too. Look, when I was a minor and my cousins were a minor, all my female cousins and my sister, they were very developed physically. They looked, older than they actually were, and they used to
Oh God.
want to,
Yes.
go to clubs and do all these things. And when you think about it, and I'm thinking about like my sister and my cousins, they all wanted to go hook up with guys or whatever, and nobody was grooming them. They wanted to do that on their own, you know. It
Yeah.
doesn't make it right when you are trying to do this with somebody who was older, but to say that they were being groomed, no, they were doing it because they wanted to. And my cousins and I, we were all very close. We used to, you know, cover for each other, go to parties where we weren't supposed to be. We were teenagers, and nobody was grooming us to do that. We did it because we wanted to.
Yeah, I definitely put myself at the places where I was groomed. I mean, by a man who was 27 when I was freaking 17. So, and I was definitely groomed by him, but at the time he was married, he had 2 children, and it was a whole but I put myself in places. Now, does that make it right? Absolutely not. And I didn't and see, for me, again, even if I'm referencing myself, I didn't even look at that as grooming for the longest time, because I was like, yeah, he told me from a very young age that I was beautiful and that he wanted to marry me when I turned 18, but he was already married with a wife, and he he made me do drugs with him so that he could control me. Now there is allegations of substance use in this case too, but we ended up having a daughter together, and I gave birth to her when I was 19, and she has since become an adult, and she has since said, Mom, I don't know why you don't understand that you were groomed. And I'm like, but baby, I don't see it that way. We were very much in love. I was very much in love with him at the time, but yes, he groomed me. So I can see both sides. Abella said Stearns was a teen when he started. We don't defend him. I don't care if he thought he loved her. She's a child. He was in lust, not in love, in my opinion. But that's a grown ass man with a
That is a
child.
grown ass man.
Yeah,
Very
not
true.
like somebody who's 17 meeting meeting another teenager, possibly preteen. But yeah, you're not mentally capable of having a relationship like that, or being sexually active. You're not in the right mindset at that age. Like, I get that. But they
I
were
don't
two
think
teenagers.
neither of them were at the, if you're putting it into context, then neither of them were, right? Because it doesn't mean that when you turn 18, you automatically, everything that you knew the day before, yesterday when you were 17, goes away and you have this whole new mindset. No, you're still learning and moving through, moving through life. You're just of age now at the age of 18. And if there was something nefarious going on, that's when he should have ended it, sent that poor child back home the moment she ran away the first time.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not rationalizing dating a 12-year-old. I'm saying that
Yeah.
they were both teenagers,
No,
at the
no
time.
one's
But
rationalizing that.
yeah, I don't know why you got put in timeout. What did you it Okay, I said nothing wrong. This guy's defending him hard body, and by the way, you don't need to know him. Okay, telling her all this can wait till you're 18 while fucking her is grooming. I don't know if you got put in timeout. If you got put in timeout, I trust my moderators, and they're very good. I trust my moderators, so I don't know what happened. I didn't see that. But let me read this again and try to understand what you're saying, Eddie. You said, I said nothing wrong. Okay, this guy's defending him hard body. And by the way, you don't need to know him. Okay, telling her all this can wait until you're 18 and he's fucking her. It's grooming. See, okay, but I get that. They were sexually having a sexual relationship, yes. What if let's run it as, what if they weren't having sex? Okay, let's talk about a 17-year-old with a 12-year-old. They're very much in love. He's writing love songs about her, making sure she has everything she ever wanted. He has the ability to take her around the world. He's very much in love with her, and they're not having sex. She keeps running away from home. She goes home. She leaves again because she has the opportunity to be with this person who can take her all over the world, has all this money and the ability to do things. She feels special and important because she's dating a celebrity, and she even when she goes home, she just leaves again, because how can the family compete with somebody who's paying attention to their child, that's able to give them pretty much the world? If they weren't sexually active, would it still be grooming? If they waited until she turned 18 and they were very much in love, would it still be grooming? Now, if we talk about the fact that AKA says grooming, it's still grooming. Okay. Love is not lust, but I think they were in love, not lust, Liddy. You know what I mean? That's the issue for me. I think that they were very much in love. But let's talk about it like this. Okay, she's 12 years old, he's 17, or whatever when they meet specifically. And she keeps running away from home, and he loves her. I think at that point he should have said, "Look, you're underage. If you still feel this way, when you turn 18, then we can have a relationship. But until then, maybe we should just talk. Maybe you should stay at home. Maybe you should finish your school. Her parents were letting him date her, or take, her parents let him take her to the movies, because that was the last time she left. She left because she was talking to a guy named David. He took her to the movies, and then she didn't come back. And that was the last time she ran away, and they hadn't seen her since then. Um, but she like maybe he shouldn't have put himself in a position to where she's feeling like, okay, I have this attention from a celebrity who can give me all of these things that I've always wanted and who loves me very much. Yeah, he should have said, stay at home. You're not of age yet. You need to finish school. If you still feel like this and I still feel like this, when we're able to do this, then that's when we can do it. But as a 17-year-old, he wouldn't have had the mindset. I mean, he was men don't even mature until they're in their 20s. I don't know. Are you with a boy you went crazy with no, I'm not. I'm not, but some people are. 12 is the big thing here. 12 is a young age. In my opinion, if his intentions were to wait, he would have taken her home every time she ran away. Yeah, I think that's an issue. You're not in love at 12 or even at 17. I'm sorry. I get it. I can see it from all perspectives. Sad thing was my youngest, when he was younger, had a friend dating his best mate, got her pregnant at 14, nothing done due to boyfriend same age. So what if they had been the same age? Yeah, I agree, Eddie. 17 and 12 is two completely different worlds. I might have lost Abraham. He's here, but I don't hear him. We don't know what she was running away from at home either. She may have had a good reason to run, and he might have been protecting her. And we don't know that. The issue is that again, 17 and 12 is two different worlds. So it's definitely something. And again, I want to make it clear, I'm not rationalizing dating a 12-year-old, okay, at all. But they were both underage when they started talking to each other. I don't agree with it, and I don't think it should have happened. But again, I mean, like all of his songs were about her. All of the girls that were in his videos looked just like her. Like, it seems like he was like worshiped the ground that she walked on and loved her very much and had all intentions of marrying her when he was 18. Is it right? No. She was 12, he was 17. But I don't think it was like, I'm going to groom this girl so I can sleep with her, then break her heart, leave her, and she can just, I'm going to move on. I think it was very much, I found the love of my life and we're going to get married. Whether that would have lasted or not, I don't know. No. Hold on, y'all. Hold on just a minute. I'm trying to help Abraham. Okay. I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation to have because I can see both sides of it. Okay. All right. Are you talking? If you're talking, I can't hear you. And you're not muted. There, you muted and unmuted, but I still can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. I'm thinking your mic's not connected, but it's not telling me that your mic's not connected. Oh, I hear something. I hear feedback.
How about now?
I hear something. I can hear you.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay. All right. So a lot of people. Oh, go ahead, Abraham. Sorry.
No, I wasn't saying nothing.
Okay. A lot of people are are saying it's grooming. I'm going through some comments. If they're the same age and it's consensual, it's not a crime. If it's not consensual, it's a crime. Yeah, that's I think what I'm going through. And even though they weren't the same age, I don't know, y'all. It's hard because I think they were very much in love, not necessarily he won't trying to like, have sex with her and then roll out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
I
hard.
completely agree with how you view it. I view it the same way. I think that he was genuinely in love. Does it make it right? Absolutely not. Should he have sent that girl back home? Yes, absolutely. Was this inappropriate? Yes, but the fact that I don't think that he had any had a to me grooming has a very is it something that's ill intent because you're trying to convince someone to you're manipulating someone when you groom, and I don't think that was his intent. That's how I feel about that particular word in the grooming, and the fact that he killed her. I don't see that. I doubt that. And for whoever's saying that, that I am defending him, I don't even know this guy. I've never heard anything about him before this. I'm just looking at it, from the outside in, from presumption of innocence, I guess.
Right. And I think it's important to be able to do that, to look at it from all aspects. And I don't know. I have the ability to look at it from all aspects. I felt at the age of, at a very young age that I was very much in love. And we talk about all the time how our children and this day and age are growing up too fast, very mature for their age because of social media, because of Discord. Now, again, I'm not justifying any of that. I still don't think it makes it right. But there's, I mean, it happens. Does it make it right? No. It's I see it as two teenagers being in love, and going back to the root of all of this, I don't think he committed her homicide. I think he was too obsessed with her, and that he loved her too much to ever really hurt her in that way. Hey, Ashley. Eddie said she came from a broken home. It's so sad, and he came from being home, schooled, and he was isolated, no friends, no real human contact. I really think David drugs messed up his mind to a certain extent. See, and then y'all add the homeschooling. Now, I homeschool my children, and the thing about that is that I worry about is that they don't get enough interaction with other children, and that's why we do like the homeschool co-ops. So intellectually, he might have been not 17. Again, it takes longer for guys to mature than it does for girls. So if we're talking about his mindset, the fact that he's homeschooled is going to make him a little bit more sheltered and a little bit more naive, and maybe on the same level. If she's 12 years old, very mature for her age, and he's 17 but been homeschooled and very sheltered and not very mature for his age, they might have been close to the same mindset. I mean, think about a girl growing up in Southern California, or where California in general, public school system, and, having a horrible home life. And the cops have said that she had a bad home life.
I wish I could play that little video that you play whenever somebody makes a good comment, because that is absolutely right. That's exactly how I see it.
Like this?
Boom, 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 bam.
You think so?
I can't hear that. I can't hear it.
Oh no!
Yeah. For some reason I can't hear it. But I can see I can see like the video playing. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of see it like that. And again, I don't think that it makes it right necessarily. I don't think it's right, but I think that again, I think it would be different for me personally if like he was a player and just trying to say what he had to say to get in her pants. But it seems to me like he worshiped her.
Yeah, I agree. And again, we're referring to this particular case. We're not saying that every grooming case or every case with somebody else with someone of age and a minor is the same. Nothing to do with any of that. It's just this particular case is what we're talking about.
Yep, I'll play it again. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bam.
Exactly. Yeah. By no means do I mean, and I'm not even saying that it's okay in this case. I can just, I see it more as like they might have been on the same maturity level. Doesn't make it right. And, again, absolutely not. He should have taken her back home every time she left and said, if you feel the same way when you turn 18, then, we'll do that. But if I think about myself at the age of 13, y'all, let me tell you what, the person who groomed me, okay, which I didn't realize it was grooming at the time, and maybe this will be a bad example because I was allegedly groomed, but my mother Oh my god, like, she tried so hard. She didn't know I was going over there for the longest time. I would skip school and go over there. They would come pick me up, and then I would go over there to spend the night, and I would make up a friend's name. I would say, "Oh, I'm going to stay the night at Abellis's house. Is that okay?" And then she would say, "Yeah, but I need to talk to Abellis's mom." And because I need to talk to Abellis's mom. I need to know who they are, how you met, I need to know where the house is, da 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 da. Da. Like she tried. And then I would get my friend that was like at the time it was his wife, but she would get on the phone and say, "Oh yeah, I'm Abellis's mom and yeah, they're going to stay here. They're going to watch a movie and just have a little sleepover and eat some popcorn and da 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 da." And just make it sound all perfect and then hang up the phone and we're all taking hits of ecstasy. So, I kept going there and I was gonna be there no matter what. Like I went to extents to lie to my mom about where I was going. And I was gonna be there no matter what because that's where I wanted to be. Now that's probably a bad example, but that's how it was. And I wonder, they took her back several times. She kept leaving. He should have taken her back, but I don't know.
Let me address this because Eddie is saying that why do I feel that I have to know someone in order to defend them? I'm only answering his question. He said your comment earlier was that I must be a fan of this guy because I'm defending him, and I was just making it clear that I have no idea who this guy is.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, I don't think it's necessarily trying to I don't think it's necessarily trying to defend him specifically. I think it's trying to look at it from a certain aspect. I had never heard of David before this case, so I'm not trying to defend him either. I can see it from both perspectives. Do I agree with it? Absolutely not. But I think that could have been more along the lines of what happened. Two 12-year-olds both cannot consent. But I mean, two 12-year-olds that have dated each other before, I'm sure. Um, doesn't doesn't matter if ages were the same, hormones and etc. raging. And I mean that could go in it. This dude's crazy, sick, no ways. I don't think he's trying to say it's okay. I just think it's different because they could have been in love. I don't know. If she was under 13, then that is a child, not a minor. You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Blame it on two kids. Both cannot consent. Who do you blame? I don't know. The fact is, she should not have been there. He should have taken her back, but
Yes, she should not have been running home and meeting up with guys that are much older than her, and he should have known better. Have he should have known enough to have sent her back.
yeah.
But God knows what she was probably telling him that's going on at home, that he felt his place was probably a better situation because we don't know that either. At that age, we
Yeah.
think that our parents are the worst people in the world and want they don't want what's best for us just because they don't want to let us go to a party or something. you know,
Exactly.
not realizing that they know best. At later on in life, we realize, you know what, they didn't do it because they didn't want us to live a life. They just knew better. But you don't
Right.
realize that at that age. To her mother could have been the worst person in the world and wanted nothing for her but, to be miserable at home, safe.
Yeah. And that's why I think about myself at that age. Like my mama tried, y'all. She tried like in the daytime with a flashlight to keep me at home, but I was going to find any which way and every which way I could to be where I was. Now does that make it right? Absolutely not. Was I being groomed? Absolutely. But I mean, it had to go that way because that was the way I made it. I was so damn hard-headed and determined that it was gonna be that way. That's what happened. Should the guy in my situation be blamed? Absolutely, but he was also fucking like 13 years older than me and was definitely not a minor when we met. Think about kids at school. Like he might have been, well, I don't know. If I say that, maybe she'd have been in middle school and he'd have been in high school. It's a problem, a 17-year-old with a 12-year-old, but I keep saying but. I mean, it's a problem, point blank period. I can just it's like the
I
maturity
see.
level.
I see what you mean. That it's about the intention. If you don't have that ill intent, then it's hard to blame you for something so harsh. I think is what you're trying to say, right? If his intent was not
Yeah,
to groom her and take advantage of her, then maybe his intent was something more innocent. Is it
right.
appropriate with that big of an age gap? No. But you can't say, that somebody stole something just because they had it in their hand and wanted it really bad and had no money to pay for it.
Right. Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, and thank you for saying that. Yeah, it's more like intent to me
Yeah. And,
because
and
I don't think he intended to ever hurt her. I don't think he intended to ever leave her. Should he have done it? Absolutely not. He should have took her ass right back to the damn house. But I don't think I think he loved her and was obsessed with her and wanted to be with her. I don't
Harlot
know.
said something that what could she have been running from at home? It doesn't necessarily mean that her home life was bad either. Sometimes kids just want to be more independent and grow faster than they should be. Probably there was nothing bad going on at home. Maybe she just wanted to go out and do more, have more fun, not knowing the risks that come with such liberties.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because yeah, my ass. I mean, my whole life was not the best, but it wasn't the worst either. I definitely should have had my ass at home if I'm talking about myself. And maybe I'm biased because of my experiences at that age and how determined I was to do what I wanted to do. I don't know. Yeah, reading the comment, Harlot had said, I wonder what she was running from. Was she running just because she wanted to have fun or because something bad was happening to her at home? And we've heard, I think it could be a combination of both because we've heard about the police talking about her turbulent home life. And then she also, I mean, think about you being the age of 12, 13, 14 years old. And there's, I mean, TikTok, you got to put yourself in this time period. Let me take it back. MTV, somebody on MTV, there's somebody on MTV that is singing songs and he's in love with you and you have the ability to go be at his house and hang out and party and have money and go see places that you never thought in your wildest dreams you'd ever see. How does a parent compete with that when the child has that? And then all of his songs are like meant, it seems like about her. Every one of the women that are in his videos look just like her. Like there's a lot more to it, I think.
Yeah, he definitely seemed very obsessed with her because there was a lot that
Yeah,
he had people looking like her, wrote about her. Everything was about her. That's why I
yeah.
also feel he didn't unalive her.
I don't think he had unalived her either. Miss Woodsy said a Romeo and Juliet law is a legal provision in some U.S. states that creates an exception to statutory rape laws for consensual sexual activity between minors who are close in age, and that would not apply, is what she said. I know I've missed a lot of comments. Eddie said, yeah, he did love her. Probably his first experience with loving girls, period. But that love turned into an ugly obsession. And being a fan doesn't mean knowing the okay, but I now know what you mean though. Yeah, I think it was both their first experience with love, and yes, there was a huge age gap, and yes, it was absolutely wrong, but I think they were genuinely in love, and I think they genuinely were going to go get married one day. Again, I don't like my groomer. He was married with 2 children. He saw me as a young, beautiful girl that he could train to be a certain way and let him do whatever he wanted to do and control and do all of the things. Horrible intentions. But me being young didn't realize that, thinking we're going to get married, live happily ever after, all the things. What I think we're saying is I don't think looking at this case that was David's intention. It wasn't his intention to basically trick her so he could train her up to be what he wanted her to be. It seems like he genuinely loved her. The intent is different.
Yep.
Carolina said this happened to Rihanna when she was only 13 years old when she was brought to the States from Barbados. She was and signed by Jay-Z at 3 a.m. at 13 years old, and he told her he was not letting her leave that office until she signed the contract. And then, um, what's her name? Jaguar Wright talks about how they basically pimped her out, which is horrible. I believe there's been, I don't want to stay on that very long, the classic one, but there has been rumors about that. And if that's true, then she's scared to go to the cops anyway. So, I mean, and then she tried to get her to come back. She kept coming back. The child, Celeste, was brought back and then left and brought back and left and brought back and left, because again, the mom's trying to compete with a freaking rock star. How do you do that? Yeah, developed for their I've got girls that my bonus children, God knows one of them looks like she's 21 and she's 13. And if I think about her, homeschooled and all that, I would kill somebody. I would kill somebody, but it's a hard place.
Ms. Wusi said something about the teacher's video. I think that that teacher's video was more. I don't think that he was saying anything bad about her. I think that he was trying to warn the kids about, you know, what's going on with this young child and the dangers of it. That video does not put a lot into context. So to also say that this guy is also saying something crazy, it's unfair, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have talked about that. I'm gonna pull up the video real quick if it'll play. Okay, again, like you said, I think he was trying to use it as an example. Was it something to be used as an example? No. But if you're talking about the dangers of meeting people online, and then you have somebody that was in your class that went to the same school that the children in your class might personally know, and you can say, hey, you remember this girl? You've seen her in class, you've seen her in the hallway. Well, this is what happened. This is why online meeting people online is so bad. I think that was his intent, not necessarily to make it, use it as an example. Should he have done it? Probably not. But if you're talking about children, that's gonna. I mean, it hits when it hits closer to home. They take it in and listen more intently. So I think that was kind of his intent. Here is that video.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other.
See, the way he's saying she was here, she was standing right in front of this poster. Like, it brings it closer to home for the children in his class. You know what I mean?
Like a warning. Let this serve this as a lesson, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Changing stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was
this? We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, that it was this rapper. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media.
No, I don't think he should have said, cut into pieces. That I don't think I would be telling my class that, but I think he's trying to bring home the impact of social media, and he used that as an example because it for them to know that there was somebody that had went to their school, had been in that classroom standing in front of that poster, it might have brought it a little bit more closer to home. And he's feeling like it might have more of an impact if they feel like, wow, that person was right here and this is what happened. Maybe it will make them listen more and not do things on social media that they shouldn't be doing. It's probably not the best example, but I don't think anybody's intentions were bad in that moment.
I agree with you. I agree with you about that, and I don't think that he was doing anything bad. But you're right; things do hit closer to home when we view it that way. Because a lot of the times we think that would never happen in our life. That wouldn't happen to me, and that's when things actually happen. And because I take that, like I look at that for myself. So sometimes I can't grasp certain things because they don't hit as close to home as it may for others. And then I stop and think, wait a minute, I'm not the exception. This could also happen to me. I need to be more attentive to whatever it is, So I think that he was making sure that they don't fall into the same, online predation that we know goes on out there.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to share something with you because I have another article. I actually have a couple for us to go through. And you're more than welcome to stay up, Abraham. This might I'd love to know your opinion on this article when I read it. But Miss North
Mhm.
said no, he was a gamer and he talked to lots of girls, and so we're gonna talk about that real quick. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, just a minute. Okay, that was the. I've got too many articles up.
While you look for that, I want to mention something that a lot of people are
Okay.
saying that his lyrics depicted everything that happened. That is just what people are saying. The only thing we know about this is that this girl is unalived and she ended up in the trunk of a car. That is the only
Yep.
thing. Everything else is speculation. Or there are rumors. Nothing has been confirmed by law enforcement about any of this. So don't say that, not you, but just don't automatically assume that his lyrics depict what happened to her. No, all we know is that she's unalive. She was in the trunk of a car. His lyrics were so much more than that. I actually saw another creator cover this really well and put a lot of things into context about his lyrics and put inserts about him explaining the lyrics. And when you look at artists, a lot of them, that is how they, their artistic mind frame works. Is it my artistic? Do I like it? No. Is it my thing? Absolutely not. But that is his thing, and apparently, he had a lot of fans, right? So people were responding to his views.
Yeah, I think it was his artistic expression. Bren. Bren said, nice to meet you. And it's saying, no, it's just not. Approximately 7 months ago, or where'd it go wrong seems to be the turning point in his music. At 303 of Where'd It Go Wrong, Red String Theory over Celeste lookalike in video where the induction of Red String happened in videos. So are you saying that it was like 7 months ago that he started talking about a lot of homicide? Because I was under the impression that all of his music had to deal with like homicide and death, and that was something that he was into. I don't know his music, so chemical imbalance, chromosome is DNA. Okay. Um, Sorry about that, and thank you for the correction, Julie. I don't know a lot of his music. I've thought that it was all basically about homicide, and he was into gore porn and things like that. Red string theory is the core of his philosophy, connect and disconnect. Okay, now I need to know what's red string theory. Let's see. The red string theory, also known as red thread of fate, is a belief in East Asian cultures that two people destined to be together are connected by an invisible red thread symbolizing love and destiny. I mean, that goes more about what I was talking about, how I think they were in love and he wasn't necessarily grooming her. Continuing to read, the concept of red thread of fate originates from Chinese mythology and has been adopted in various East Asian cultures, including Japan and Korea. He was into anime, so that meant Japanese manga. According to this belief, an invisible red cord ties together those who are destined to meet and fall in love, regardless of time, place, or circumstances. The thread may stretch or tangle, but is said to never break, symbolizing the enduring nature of love and destiny. In Chinese culture, I don't even know how to say that, known as Old Lunar Matchmaker God, is believed to be responsible for tying this thread around the ankles of destined lovers. In Japanese folklore, the god of marriage is said to tie the red string around the pinky fingers. The red string represents the idea. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. The red string represents the idea that love and destiny are intertwined. It signifies that certain encounters are precedented, creating a sense of serendipity and inevitability in relationships. The color red in these cultures symbolizes happiness, luck, and prosperity, making it a fitting representation of romantic connections. And then lastly, real quick, or I'll read the rest of this, says in contemporary culture, the red string of fate continues to be celebrated and referenced in various forms of media, including literature, films, and art. Couples often exchange red string bracelets as a symbol of their bond and commitment to each other. The belief in this mystical connection serves as a reminder of the beauty of and power of true love, resonating with many people today. The red string theory encapsulates the belief that love is fated and individuals are connected through an invisible red thread, guiding them toward their destined partners. This enduring myth highlights the cultural significance of love and destiny in East Asian traditions and continues to inspire people around the world. By understanding red string theory, we can appreciate the deep-rooted beliefs in fate and the connections that bind us, reinforcing the idea that some relationships are meant to be. So if we're going to talk about that, that makes me think even more that he felt like they were destined to be together and that he wasn't necessarily having the intent to groom her, that he thought they were connected by this red string of fate, if that is something that he believed in, which makes sense. Hold on. Okay. Eventually, he lived out his lyrics and life imitated art. You can't always believe law enforcement in the news, especially when they lied so many times. I don't think he did it. The classic one said, cops are failing to arrest this guy. They may have been paid off, as they have been known to do, to cover up cases for a payoff. Don't poo-poo this fact. I know LAPD did so in the Diddy case. They could have been paid off, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he did it. Now, I could be proven wrong. We'll find out. I found this article that we'll read and talk about real quick. It says authorities update on David and Celeste Rivas' relationship and ongoing investigation. So it reads, the investigation into 15-year-old Celeste Rivas' death. The police gave a statement on the supposed relationship between her and the singer since the discovery of her body in a Tesla registered to the singer and other details linking the two. Many have wondered if David will become a person of interest in her death. This goes over what we know. The abandoned Tesla was found on September 8th with Rivas' body, and it was registered to David. It was never reported stolen. Rivas' body was found inside a bag in the Tesla's trunk and not fully intact. Police searched a Hollywood Hills home in the close vicinity to where the car was found. The home was rented by David. Rivas' decomposing body was found with a tattoo on the inside of one of her fingers. David has been photographed with a similar tattoo. Rivas' mother revealed she knew her daughter was dating someone named David before she went missing, and a former teacher of Rivas claimed the victim was seeing a rapper. Reports claim that Rivas was seen at one of David's concerts back in August, and alleged messages between the two on social media, which have not been verified. There's speculation that David's unreleased song Celeste is inspired by Rivas, with the singer's other popular tracks depicting violent behavior and imagery. LAPD Captain Commanding Officer Williams spoke with People, good gracious, to confirm that they have a lot of questions around Rivas' death when it comes to whether David is connected due to their supposed relationship. They said they can't confirm anything yet. As far as their relationship, it would be premature for me to say anything. We are looking into everything. The investigation is currently not officially marked as a homicide, with David not being named as a suspect or charged with a crime in relation to the case. They explain the reasoning is due to not having confirmed a cause of death and not having enough evidence to definitively state that she was homicided. Police have no set answers to be able to question the singer. So I've seen, that's not what I thought it was. Oh, this one might be better. Let me get a sip of my coffee. So this is titled David allegedly cut ties with Celeste before her disappearance as new clues emerge online. This is what I wanted to go over with you guys. It says new evidence has emerged in the David and Celeste Rivas Fernandez mystery, which is expected to be a shocking detail for the singer's fan base. Rumors indicate that the pair may have broken up the relationship back in December of 2024. The rumor first emerged on the social media platform Reddit and has since been widely shared across X, adding another layer to the timeline of their alleged relationship. For the unversed, we know that basically the background says, according to a screenshot posted online by a Redditor and allegedly from Celeste Rivas, one of the friends, further details may shed light on the circumstances of her disappearance and tragic death. Um, so this is David's TikTok account. It says, I have a screenshot from January 2025 when David deleted everything on his Instagram, set the profile picture to black, and wiped all photos containing Celeste. Later, some of the photos were re-uploaded. We've also heard a claim from one of Celeste's friends online that she called in December 2024 crying and drunk, saying that they broke up. That lines up with the Instagram wipe in January. So if they really broke up around then, the question is, where did she go after that? How does she end up in his trunk months later instead of coming home or with friends? The timeline feels important here. December 2024 breakup call per friend's claim. January 2025, David wipes Instagram, deletes Celeste content. After that, she's not at home and eventually she's found in his car. It doesn't add up. I don't know if he preserved the body or kept her hidden, but you can hear everything in that house from the outside, so that would not be easy. So if he deleted, if they did break up and it probably, maybe they were fighting and she was drunk and they broke up in December and he wiped his Instagram. But then if he re-uploaded the photos, it would make me think that they were having an argument and maybe got back together, as teens do.
Now, did
I
all
guess,
this deletion come out? I mean, did it happen before her murder, her unaliving?
yeah. So allegedly in December, they broke up. She calls her friend and says that David and her broke up. And then in January, David wiped his Instagram account of everything. Like, he deleted everything that had to do with Celeste. But it also said that he did end up uploading some of the photos back to the account. So it makes me think that they broke up and, like kids do, deleted everything to do with each other, but then they talked about it and maybe got back together or were trying to talk to each other and see each other again. Because they broke up and then they get mad at each other, they delete everything,
And that's
and
what
then
kids
they
do.
come. Yeah, and then they come back or she comes back and, he says, "I'm sorry." She says, "I'm sorry." And they're like, "I love you too." And so they're talking again and he re-uploads some of the photos.
Yep.
This is from the friend. It says, last time me and Celeste called, she was drunk and spam calling David. They had matching tattoos from when they dated. David used to have pictures of her up on his Instagram, but after they broke up, he took it off. Only thing throwing me off is the age, but I'm just going to assume she lied about her age to everyone in our friend group back then because they did date. And then 2 days after that call with me, she deleted her whole account. Pictures too. Looks just like her. No way it's another Hispanic Celeste with the name, the same curls, and the face. It just don't make sense. Gets to a point with the circumstances that I guess you can't delete it. I mean, but it has 0 posts. Like, I think that he probably re-uploaded the photos because they got back together after they broke up. So it says the alleged friend claims that Celeste called in December, reportedly drunk and crying, and told them that she and David had a breakup. This establishes links with David's Instagram activity in January when he allegedly wiped all snaps containing Celeste, set his profile picture to black, and deleted other posts, only later re-uploading some images. If those images, if I'm understanding correctly, I'm thinking some of those images might have been of Celeste that he re-uploaded, and that would tell me that just like teenagers do, they had a breakup and then got back together. And that's true. The cops did know. Whoa. I hope not. I'm not victim blaming. Not that I know of. If you think I am, please let me know how you see that, because maybe you're seeing something I'm not, and maybe I'm just not seeing how I'm victim blaming. So let me know. She was 14 when she was killed. She was found a day after her 15th birthday, Abellis. But she had been in the trunk decomposing for some time. So while her birthday was the day before she was found, she was already deceased and had been at that point. But yeah, I think I'm assuming that he re-uploaded some of the images having to do with Celeste, and so that would mean that possibly they got back together. And it seems like, in the pictures and any photos that he had of her, most of the time she was hiding her face, wearing sunglasses, had a hoodie pulled up. In the backstage video, we see she's trying to hide her appearance. So, I mean, I feel like she was hiding from her parents again, and then they were trying to conceal her age, or her age, and or the fact that she was missing, so she didn't upload a whole bunch of photos and things like that because she was hiding. I don't think that anything of this is her fault. Eddie said, "This is turning out to be this generation of the O.J. Simpson case. This shit is crazy." I agree. I didn't even think of that if it was a frame job and someone had access to those control. Yeah, I think that, and then there's allegations that the last person to be seen with her was his brother.
Wait a minute, but OJ Simpson ran in a freaking Bronco. Didn't he try to run? He was guilty
Yeah,
of that. I mean, this kid has not, try to evade law enforcement.
yeah. I mean, I think just the high profile nature of it,
Oh,
basically
okay.
it being, a well-known celebrity. If you look on Google Maps next to the house, there's soft red mud, which matches like the Tesla was sat there for a bit. I, I don't. Always have trouble pulling up Google Maps. I do have. If we go to X, yeah. So, I wanted your opinion specifically, Abraham, on the fact that they could have broken up or been arguing or somewhat, because there's also this guy named Gus, and somebody said that, like, there was a post where she told Gus happy birthday, and then David was like, "What's so happy about it?" And they're saying that he snapped and could have killed her because he was jealous of her talking to some guy. But then we find out that Gus is deceased and got shot in some kind of or got shot. So I don't know. It's
When did he
weird.
get shot? I mean, when did he die?
That's one thing I don't know, but I have read it up, so
And it kind okay, so if they did break up or whatever, it kind of makes sense because if why wasn't she on tour with him? That probably could be a
that
reason. I thought it would probably be because if she doesn't want to be seen, in videos or whatever, because she doesn't have control, and neither does he have control of somebody else's, taking a video of them and catching her going in a van and into a concert hall, whatever, or just being caught in public. She doesn't have control of that, and neither does he. And I thought maybe that's why she wasn't on tour with them. And then the fact that he knew that she's underage, he didn't want to expose her to more and have more people question their whatever relationship they had. That was what
yeah,
I thought.
I was wondering why he wasn't on tour with her as well, but then I came up with the same thing, like, they knew that she was underage and they didn't want people questioning that, and I think that she was backstage with him sometimes because there's pictures of them, like, laying down backstage, and then there's that video of her walking backstage with him. I think from what I've heard, rumor or there's been a speculation that she stayed at the house when he went on tour and she used the car. She had access to the car, and because she had a fake ID, she would drive the car around and things like that. And they're saying that maybe she went to somebody's house and they did that and then put the car back, or something to do with his brother. Um, I'm not sure. I did over here on Reddit. Um, this is just Reddit post again, pure speculation. It says, from what I've gathered, Gus SA'd Celeste and was killed shortly after. I don't know if that was the reason, but I feel like all of this connected. But it doesn't tell me when. I did a brief search for Gus. Found the Gestapo that SA'd Celeste when she was only. So evidently, this guy named Gus allegedly SA'd Celeste when she was 11 before she met David, and then was later shot. Some kind of gang stuff, but people are saying stop dragging him. So I don't know. It's just kind of a rumor. was a virgin until 11. Yeah. They say the deleted user is Celeste. And then she says in another text message, I only bled with David. I don't know. Oh, yeah, high profile case. How any victims in those 40 years, they have to do better. She was still talking to people in July and then stopped. Yeah, July and early August is when they say she stopped responding to everyone, from what I understand. Neighbors saw them frequently and thought they were a young couple up 18 or 19 years old. That's interesting. I didn't know that the neighbors had seen her. Yes, remember to say, in my opinion or, my speculation is please and thank you. Miss Moore said the LAPD got a warrant to search his house and said it was a homicide investigation. Right. They searched his. I'm thinking that maybe they're saying that because they searched his house in relation to the homicide investigation of Celeste. The classic one said, what's also horrifying is that his fan base has grown since this occurred. Yeah, well, it's probably from people being interested in it and then checking out his music and then actually liking it. I don't know if you guys remember, but when we played some of his songs, I was like, I hated it at first. But then I was like, maybe, I mean, I could see how young kids would be attracted to it. Okay. So we've got a few more articles to talk about. I'll go ahead and pull those up. Theron Jones, they say she never called her friends, just text. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that too, that there were text messages, so nobody actually knows when she was last alive because they were text messages. Thank you for that, for reminding me of that, Theron. There are 2 Celeste, 1 Rivas and 1 Hernandez. Yeah, there are. I've heard about that too, but I haven't seen the other one. I know Hio talked about it extensively. Miss Woozy said, I think there's a lot of actual evidence that we don't know about because the police are being so quiet about it all, as they should. But I'm wondering why he hasn't even been named a person of interest. And some people say that they wouldn't do that because they don't want to risk him running. Yeah, it's LA. No doubt. So this says cops make telling admission on Celeste Rivas and David's Tesla. The LAPD believe that the body of Celeste Rivas had been inside a Tesla belonging to David for weeks before it was discovered earlier this month. Rivas, a 15-year-old runaway from Lake Elsinore, California, was discovered on September 8th, dismembered and decomposing inside a trunk of a vehicle registered to David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. Now, this article is from MSN and it says dismembered, but we haven't heard. It hasn't been confirmed yet, I would say. So the article continues. In a new interview with People, LAPD Captain Scott Williams said that while Rivas's death remains under investigations, authorities know for sure someone placed the teenager in the trunk of David's Tesla after she died. In the Tesla with Rivas' body inside, the Tesla with Rivas' body inside was eventually found in an impounded vehicle lot. We know that the Tesla had been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks, so it's very likely that Celeste had been dead for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. The LA County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death, so we don't know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her dead body. So that goes back to what Abraham pointed out. Like, again, we don't know if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her dead body. That would not be accurate if she was dismembered, right? Like, how could you not have any criminal culpability for anything other than concealment of a dead body if she was decapitated? He's already running and hiding out. That's common knowledge. I've heard that he was cooperating with police, and now they won't say if he is or if he isn't.
Eddie's saying that is both is both the crime and the high profile. As I don't know anything, I don't know much about the OJ case, but wasn't he in the house when this happened? Wasn't he? Didn't he like when those two people were murdered, wasn't he there?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know much about
Exactly.
the O.J. Simpson
This
case.
kid was not there.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we don't know. He
As
went
far
on
as we
tour,
know. Yeah,
but
you're right. That's
yeah,
right. As far as we
he
know.
could have been there and then, did that and then went on tour, which is what some people speculate. But this thing with him allegedly being last seen with, I mean, her allegedly being last seen with his brother is curious to me. And I mean, brothers can get jealous and God only knows what happened. If something happened, if we're going to speculate, like, did the brother get really jealous because Celeste was a very beautiful young lady? Maybe he was jealous of his younger brother, and the brother trusted him and said, hey, you can chill at my house while I'm on tour. Just, Celeste will be there. Just watch out for her, whatever. Maybe he did something he shouldn't have done, and then he really did something he shouldn't have done and killed her and then put her in the Tesla. There's a lot of theories. Tracy, some people have said that having the second Celeste was that purposely trying to shift it elsewhere. I've wondered that myself. The second Celeste, could it have been him trying to say, no, this is the Celeste that I knew and that I wrote the song about, not the 15-year-old girl that's missing. I didn't even know her, but I think that's since been found to be false. So I don't know. Yeah, they said he stopped cooperating. Well, the LAPD wouldn't comment on it or something in what I've seen, but yes, I've also heard he stopped cooperating.
Well, remember, stop cooperating means when your lawyer tells you to shut the heck up. That's what law enforcement considers stop cooperating. That just could have
Exactly.
been the advice of his attorneys.
Yeah, and they could be saying he's not cooperating, but he's just following the advice of his attorneys because he does. I mean, she was known to be with him. She's in his Tesla in front of his house. Like, yeah, if I was his lawyer, I'd be like, you need to shut the hell up if you really didn't do this. Like, regardless, you need to shut the hell up. So, yeah.
He already has enough on his plate because he was harboring a minor.
Mm-hmm.
That alone right there, boy, you should just, delete all social media.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's just crazy right there. He has charge. He's definitely going to have some sort of charge coming to him at the, when they have enough enough to charge him with. I'm sure he's gonna be at least be hit with that.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Kermie, nice to meet you, and I love your Kermit the Frog picture. I like frogs a lot. Said the brother probably tried something with her and it went wrong. I'm gonna give one of these.
Boom, 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 bam, bam.
That's exactly what I was thinking. What if he tried something and it went wrong, and either he was scared she was gonna say something or whatever, and he killed her. Tracy, I think you do need a personal code for a Tesla, but if you think about, again, a young, immature, I think he was in his 20s at this point, but like probably not very, he's a young kid, homeschooled or at some point, stayed at home, a very sheltered life. And then he's brought into all this fame, fortune, and money where everybody just wants to, see him for a second. He's kind of thrown into this. He probably had a lot of friends that would come over and he'd be like, oh, yeah, here's the keys to the house. Here's the keys to the car, just, do whatever you want. Da, 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 da. I could definitely see, because even, have you ever been to a frat house? Like the door's always unlocked. Them kids aren't trying to, they're not real thinking about stuff like that. Everyone should take the fifth. That's also a good idea. An exercise of your constitutional rights, whether you're innocent or guilty. Again.
Boom, 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 bam.
Yep. Stop it. No, ma'am. I've actually been wondering that about the brother for a while because he's probably had access to all of David's stuff. Exactly. I wonder that myself. Yep. All right, going back to the article, it says, in addition to Reva's body being discovered in the Tesla belonging to the, quote, romantic homicide, unquote, singer, there are several other concerning links between the deceased young woman and the 20-year-old musician. The two reportedly had matching tattoos reading shh, and Reva's mother says she believed her daughter was dating a man named David. Again, a man, not a boy. She said a man named David. Additionally, an unreleased 2023 song by the quote "feel it" unquote performer reportedly contains references to a woman named Celeste. TMZ also reported last week that there was a consensus among David's friend and acquaintances that he and Celeste were a couple, and the teen who was reported missing in April of 2024 was actually 19 years old. Additionally, police have searched, reportedly searched, additionally, police, Lord, additionally, police have searched, reportedly searched a home linked to David. Okay, it was written weird. So, and if she, like, all of his friends believe she's 19, I think she could have told him that she was 19 to begin with. He fell in love with her or whatever, and then he found out she was underage. I mean, that wouldn't be the first time that happened either.
I think that everybody else thought she was older, but I feel he knew she wasn't.
Do you think when they first met that he would have known she wasn't? Do you think, like, that's what I mean? Like, when they first met, I'm wondering if she lied about her age and then later he found out? I don't
Well,
know.
probably she made it out, pretended to be probably 16, 15, 17 or something like that. But I'm sure he found out afterwards, because if those lyrics really do pertain to her, he does mention all that stuff.
Yep. Waiting 7 years
Hmm.
and all of that. Mm-hmm.
A lot of something else that I learned in another channel was that a lot of the stuff that image that he depicts of a person with like a bloody t-shirt or something, like that's like his his
Alter ego.
alter ego. Yeah. Hold on
Yep.
a second. Alexa, turn off music.
Carolina said her brother was aware of Celeste and that she was living with David. He said the police said they couldn't do anything about it because they needed evidence. I see a civil lawsuit in the horizon. Yeah, her brother knew that she was there, and he allegedly did tell the police that she was there, and the police said they couldn't do anything about it, which I get because, I mean, they said they reported that she had been missing and that she had been found at a home in the Hollywood Hills and then taken back to her house. And that had happened like 3 times. So, I mean, I think the police found her at David's house and took her back home, and she just kept leaving. Kermie said at some point he knew what age she really was at the time and still was seeing and interacting with a minor. And I agree. And he shouldn't have done that at the time and still was seeing and interacting with a minor. The finishing this article, it says, as of now, David has not been charged or even named as an official suspect in Rivas' death. The fact no official cause of death has been revealed likely plays a major role in preventing authorities from taking further steps at the moment. David's representatives has said he's cooperating with the investigations, which Williams did not confirm or deny to People. Williams said it would be premature to make any declarations about the nature of their relationship. Okay. I've got one more article, or no, I got one more. Well, there's a video that I'm going to go over, just play a little bit of it with you guys before I have to go because we've been on for like 4.5 hours. You think the brother is younger, not older? I was wondering that. Let's see. Okay. Let me pull that up. I asked, is David's brother that was allegedly seen with Celeste older or younger? It says an individual claiming to be the brother of 15-year-old Celeste has publicly shared chilling details linking the teen musician to David, but it doesn't say anything about his his brother. This article might. This says, did David's brother Caleb or Kevlib snitch to cops? Kavleb, rumored to cooperate with cops, as fan link his songs to Celeste Rivas' shocking death. I don't know where this is from. Okay, I'm assuming it's Caleb, but I didn't want to mispronounce it because it's got the V in it. So we'll go with Caleb. I don't know where this article came from, so I'm going to say it's speculation. It's from It. I don't know if this is factual or not, but I'm going to go ahead and read it, so take it with a grain of salt. It says the mysterious death of Celeste Rivas continues to raise questions as new rumors claim David's brother Caleb is cooperating with police. Social media users allege that Caleb may have known about David's relationship with Celeste, with Redditors linking his song lyrics to her death and demanding he face consequences. The mysterious death of Celeste has taken the internet by storm, with shocking allegations now surrounding rising musician David. Celeste's decomposed body was found inside a Tesla impounded in Hollywood, sparking a full-scale homicide investigation. As details continue to emerge, disturbing rumors about David's possible involvement have gone viral. His brother Caleb has reportedly been cooperating with police, with netizens speculating he may be providing key information about the case. On Reddit, users are also leaking Caleb's songs to Celeste, suggesting he may have known more than he revealed. The case has gripped fans worldwide, demanding answers. Speculation online has grown after the Urban Air, claimed that Caleb, David's brother, has been working closely with authorities. Sources allege that Caleb is deeply disturbed by the accusations surrounding David, including claims of homicide and inappropriate relationships. Whoa. She called.
That they were testing for blood. There's something called luminol, which can light up a
Everyone's seen
floor.
this on CSI.
Yeah.
That they spray it and it, allows them to see where if there are traces of blood, even if it's been cleaned up.
So they were looking, on the floors. They were looking in drains to see if there were any traces of blood. We don't know.
David's younger brother Caleb just gave the police exactly what they needed to finally make an arrest, and this includes details of how he unalived Celeste and chopped her up. The last person anyone.
Okay, I don't know who this is from. I don't know if it's true. I'm dropping the link in the comment section, so we'll talk about this, and then I really have to go. My guess is Caleb with a B being an upside down A. I'm thinking it is. Miss North said that car clocked everything, even when the doors open, and I think that's going to be how they solve the case. But if the door clocked everything, okay, and David killed her and then put her in the vehicle and went on tour, I mean, I think they would have that, right? Like, the car has freaking cameras. So how do they not know who did this yet? That's what's weird to me. And I've heard that, like, it's an extra thing that you have to pay for. But it seems like Tesla would still have an account. Like, I would think that if it has the capability to record things, that it would do it automatically, but you would only have access to it if you paid for that subscription. But am I wrong?
I think that all those recordings get uploaded to a cloud, the clips, and then you're able to access. Because I know a friend of mine has one, and he got into an accident once, and that's how we were able to get the video of the other guy not braking and hitting him. It was because all those all those little video clips were uploaded to his account into a cloud. So I'm sure that they have to subpoena Tesla to get them.
Okay. Interesting. And thank you for letting me know, because I don't know anybody with a Tesla. Julianne said, can't you just ask it to turn that alarm or alert off?
Oh,
Talking about
Julie,
a Tesla?
No, she's talking about in my house at 6 p.m. The music comes on every single day, and I can't change it. I've tried deleting it, resetting the phone,
Oh, wow.
all the apps. I just can't do it. I don't know why. And it
Oh,
happens every
Lord.
single day at 6 o'clock. It starts playing Ariana.
Oh, wow. How interesting.
I think I set that up in an app that's no longer available. It's not serviced or whatever, so I can't even access it to turn it off.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry, Abraham. That
Yeah.
sucks. Hannah said, in my opinion, they bribed Elon to hide the footage. Possibly. No, he knew how old she was. His friends knew how old she was. It was all over social media. Everyone knew. Yeah, you're right. There was allegations that everyone knew, but I mean, yeah, eventually, but like in the beginning, is my question. Like, did she lie about her age? Brandon Bordeaux's Tesla didn't have a recording set up, so the police couldn't get any data from it. Okay, so maybe it's
Now,
different. I don't
video
know.
data is one thing. The other stuff that I see a lot of people mention. That I think it is something that you don't pay for, in the vehicle automatically tracks it, like, the distance that you travel, when the doors were locked, unlocked, if the trunk was open, when it was closed. That I think is recorded, and you don't have to pay for that. I think what you have to pay is the video
Involved
tracking
in this
stuff.
case was his brother, considering how close they
Sorry, my headphone was dying, and I had to switch my headphones, so I didn't mean for it to start playing. And if you were still talking, I wasn't sure. Sorry.
Hmm. It's okay.
Okay. Uh, what was the last thing you said? I didn't catch the very tail end.
Oh, I said that I think that the other things are recorded, like when the car was moved, when the doors were unlocked, if the trunk was open, all of that stuff I think is kept, and they could subpoena
Uh-huh.
Tesla for it. The video, if it is a service that you have to pay, which I'm not sure if it is, that I would understand if they don't have the video of. But the other stuff, they definitely know when it was moved, when the trunk was open last, and which trunk open, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and if they have that, and they've got, with it being in the Hollywood Hills, there's security footage there. So,
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
they got to know who did this. Like,
Yeah,
there's no way.
they definitely have an idea as to who did it, and they're just getting all their ducks in a row before they bring on any charges, I'm sure, because like you said, is the Hollywood Hills, all those mansions and all those big houses do have surveillance. Did that car just automatically appear out of nowhere there? No, I doubt that.
No. Yeah, there's definitely surveillance. Dystopic said, "Is this a opinion-free channel because content creators are doing the most blocking opinions, and they just showed up 2 weeks ago?" I haven't blocked any of your opinions, and no, we talk about things. We just had a big disagreement and back and forth over here about grooming. So I definitely don't block any comments or anything. You're free to speak your mind. Oh, you're good, Abellis. We've been going for a while. All right, I'm gonna play this video because, like, I do have to go soon.
Apparently, Caleb knew about
Oh,
David.
again, I want to reiterate, and I will change my banner. I don't know who created this video. I don't know if it's real or not. I did drop the link, and I will put it in the description as long as I don't forget. So take it with a grain of salt.
Dating 15-year-old Celeste and tried speaking to her mom about it, but she didn't care. Celeste's half-brother even came out to give his own account of what happened, and let me tell you, this boy wasn't playing around. Not only did he flat out accuse David of taking Celeste's life, but he also exposed her mom for being horrible to her when she was alive.
This is actually her right there. That's my dad. Well, we got the same dad, but that's her right there. You don't like her mom. Her mom used to her like she always wanted to come, with our dad. She always wanted to live with our dad. And I don't even know where to start from. It's crazy. I was expecting my sister to be dead, but stuff was still seeming all right. I'm like, tell me where you at? Where's you at? Where's you at? She's not telling me. She's like, last time I talked to her.
Oh my God.
Last time I talked to her, she was like, she wanted to come home.
Damn.
She said she wanted to come home. So I'm guessing he was holding her hostage.
All this started when the
Okay, that was a very heartbreaking account from her brother. I don't think that he would have necessarily been holding her hostage. Maybe they were arguing and fighting more, and he made her feel like she couldn't leave, like that maybe he was going to hurt himself or do something to himself, as teenagers do sometimes when you're in a volatile relationship. I don't know. I mean, is it possible? Absolutely, but I think she could have left because she kept going back, but my heart My heart breaks for her brother. I just typed this and got blocked in another channel. If there's battery, isn't it charged? Nothing works. So saying cameras have everything isn't true. If the battery isn't charged, nothing works. So saying cameras have everything is. So I don't know why you would get blocked for that, but not over here. I would think the battery would still be working because it had been moved. I mean, but I don't know. I know it had been moved at some point. And then it just sat there. I would have to question whether the battery was dead and if that's information that we know.
That's a
And
good
again,
point.
yeah, that is
I
a good
wonder if
point.
the battery dies by just sitting there, or if it has to be in use in order for it to die. And if it's recording, it is being used. Good point.
Yeah, let's look it up real quick because that is a good question. I wasn't even thinking about it being an electric car. Sorry, y'all. Hold on just a minute. Okay, so it says if a 2023 Tesla, it says a 2023 Tesla can sit for weeks without being charged, but the battery will not die. The battery will only lose about 1 to 2% of its charge per day if left idle. However, if the battery is not charged for an extended period, it may experience some degradation over time. To maintain battery health, it's recommended to charge the battery at least 50% and use deep sleep mode when not in use. So if it only loses about 1 to 2% of its charge per day, I would think that the battery would have still been okay, but the question would be then if camera mode was on, and if it wasn't on, is it automatic that they would record it and be able to recover it from the cloud? And from what Abraham was saying, he did get some reports from a wreck that his friend got reports having a Tesla from a wreck because they keep it on the cloud. But that was a good question. And I appreciate it, Dystopic. Deep sleep mode would be like for your phone, you can put your phone in sleep mode, which means that it like a lot of your background processes, or like on your computer, a lot of your background processes aren't running. So it makes the battery last longer, but you're limited in your ability to do things. But if the car was parked and just sitting there and not being moved, then yeah, you could put it in deep sleep mode. So it does its processes, because we're talking about, an electric car, but it's not doing like all of the processes that it needs to do for you to like basically jump in and, crank it and everything's good to go.
So it
And
could also start recording when it senses movement, or when a door opens, then it begins to record, and not all the time as it would be when it's not in sleep mode.
okay, thank you for that. Yeah, see, he knows more about this, so we have the pleasure of having Abraham up here because I don't know the answers to those things like that, and thank you for that. So it could have recorded, I mean, basically who opened, well, when the trunk was opened and when she was put in there, but not necessarily who was doing it. And if you park it with little charge, it could very well deplete. It could if it was not very much charged when it was parked, but I don't know. I don't know if the battery was dead. So if it was low and it was parked and it loses 1 to 2% of its battery charge per day and it was there for at least 2 weeks, I would still think it would record something. But if at the end she could just leave, we got to be open to all possibilities. Did you see the statement LAPD put out? Kind of eerie. I'll look for it, but is it one that we've talked about? Not a Tesla, said Lori Ann. I didn't know that, to be honest, didn't even think about it being electric. I didn't either until Dystopian asked. You cannot turn off any of the stuff for the car. The Sentry mode is different. Plus, the car was in an accident. It automatically would have recorded that event, and it wasn't an accident. All I said is you have to have a storage device installed to retain that data, and the black box only records significant events like a crash. So, yeah, okay, so, Abraham, do you know if, like, a specific device has to be installed to retain data, or
No,
I
no.
when
The car already comes equipped with all of that. It has all those technical advancements and all those features. It's just like your ring camera. It records into the cloud. All whatever it records is just uploaded to a central location where you can access it.
Right, okay, and then, like, if you, didn't pay for the extra benefit or for the subscription to access that information, then it would still be put on the cloud, you just wouldn't have access to it unless recorded or you bought the subscription to it or something?
No, I don't think if you don't have the subscription for it, and I don't even know if there is a subscription. I'll double check with my friend later on when we get off, and I'll confirm with him. But it just won't record the video. You just won't have any video. But all the other data, all the other stuff that normal vehicles record, where it traveled, the times that the car was locked, unlocked, turned on, turned off, the times that the trunk was open, all of that would still be in the computer's hard drive, like the car's hard drive.
Okay, alright,
And you
thank
just won't have video of any of it.
okay, thank you, because yeah, I have no idea about those things.
But
Alright,
I'm
thank
sure
you
this
for that.
guy was paying for video. I'm sure that's not that expensive.
Probably, yeah.
The LAPD was called to a car impound at Hollywood after they had received multiple complaints about a nasty odor at the impound. They ended up discovering the decomposed remains of a girl who was later identified to be 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. It turns out she had been reported missing in April of last year. She was found and brought home, but after a few weeks, she left again. Her mom panicked when she saw the news about the dismembered remains of a girl found in the trunk of a Tesla. So she reached out to TMZ, and TMZ reached out to the authorities. That's actually how the police were able to identify Celeste. Apparently, she was so badly decomposed that they couldn't initially make out who she was. And to top it off, she had been chopped up into pieces. Celeste's mom told the feds that Celeste was romantically involved with a guy called David. And this was confirmed when the police found out that David, who is 20 years old, had matching tattoos with Celeste that simply said, shh. This story was already going crazy, but people were giving David the benefit of the doubt since there were also reports that some of his friends sometimes use his car. However, when it was revealed that he and this 15-year-old girl had a romantic relationship, everything changed. People started digging into all his past interactions with Celeste to see just how far back this thing goes. And boy, oh boy, they found a lot. David was rubbing this whole thing in our face the entire time, but no one caught on to it because we didn't know the girl he was parading around was just 15. Except for this one person who actually left a comment on his TikTok last year, calling him out, waiting for LAPD to get you for messing with a 13-year-old girl. From the looks of it, this person was close to one of Celeste's friends and got word about him and Celeste's relationship. In fact, several of Celeste's friends and some people from her neighborhood came out and accused her mom of selling her off to David. According to them, Celeste's family knew she was with David, and they also knew he was way older than her, but they still allowed her to keep going back to him because he was giving them money. He was also paying off her friends so they wouldn't tell anyone. And honestly, this checks out because
So, I mean
I just remembered something.
mhm.
The answer to about the video, I just remember, no, it's a USB, because I remember that I went and picked it up at the place where the car was held, and that's how I uploaded everything, because I put it into my computer and then I uploaded it in my Dropbox so that he can see it. So it has to have the USB. So if the USB is not inserted into the car, then it's not going to retain those video recordings.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, it's a little USB that the Teslas come with, that is inserted in the glove box, now that I remember. And that is where all that video data is stored. If you take it out, then you won't capture any recordings.
Okay, so okay, so I'm wondering if it, like, captures it and puts it on the USB so you can then pull it off, but you're saying without the USB, it wouldn't record at all, or you wouldn't,
Correct.
like okay, because I was wondering if you put the USB in to basically get the information from the car and then take the USB and put it on your computer and load it up.
That's how you do
That's
it. But if there is no USB in the car and somebody took it before, abandoning it, then you wouldn't have any data
okay.
available.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
Um, oh, I'm glad that you found us too, Eddie. Um, Southern said, "I do know some vehicles have a black box like planes Tesla does, so do Jeeps. Yeah, I asked because you had asked would it record in deep sleep mode, and it said Tesla vehicles do not record actions in deep sleep mode. This mode is designed to minimize energy consumption and is activated when the vehicle is parked and not in use. During deep sleep mode, non essential systems are shut down and the vehicle remains in a low power state. This helps conserve battery life and prevent unnecessary wear on the vehicle's systems. So, um, it sounds like when it's parked, it automatically goes in deep sleep mode. My issue would be, was the car in deep sleep mode while it was parked? Like, did they have to put it in deep sleep mode? Does it automatically go in deep sleep mode? And if it automatically goes in deep sleep mode while it's parked, then they might not have recorded anything. Okay. So the fact that he was okay, if we're talking about David and again going back to the I guess heated debate we were having about grooming. If we're talking about David and the fact that yes, she was 12 and he was 17 and that is wrong in every aspect, and yes, he should have taken her home immediately when she kept running away. But I'm thinking about, okay, all of the songs being pretty much a lot about her. All of the girls in the video were definitely looking like Celeste, so he definitely had a type. She's having bad trouble at home, as we just heard from her alleged stepbrother, that her mama would hit her and they argued, and we've heard allegations of possibly being sold, which I don't think are true. I don't know if that's me wanting to think it's not true, or that I just don't see somebody pimping out a fucking child, and I'm going to go with that's not true and that's unequivocally false. I don't even want to go there, but regardless, she's hostile with her mom. And then David is spending money on her, spending money to pay people off about their relationship, putting in his songs that if they wait 7 years, they can be together and be married. He was out in the open about it, but still kind of behind closed doors. It makes me think like he loved her. And for me, the fact that they were both teenagers, they're 5 years apart, I think it's going to go back to intent for me. Did he have the intent to basically sleep with her and then leave her and not have anything else to do with her? Or did he have the intent that they thought they were in love, going to get married, be together forever, all of the things? And I think he really loved her, especially it's everywhere. It's in the music, it's in the video. He's paying people off. He's spending extravagant amount of money on her. All of those things. It goes to intent for me in this situation, not every situation. This is going to be a very specific situation for me that's not like all the others. Miss Woozy said the only one with access to the data is the owner of the car, and only if they request it and have storage device installed. Thank you for that. Maybe insulting garbage cans. All. I prefer older vehicles too, if I'm being honest.
Because come to think of it, why didn't Celeste's mother mention David to the police when she initially reported her missing last year? And even if she didn't know about David at the time, why didn't she mention him to the police the second time she ran from home? She only brought up David once she heard that there was a decomposed body found. It wasn't until the thought of her daughter being possibly dead hit her that she finally decided to mention David to the police. The police
because again, like David took her to the movies and she left and she kept going back to his house in the Hollywood Hills. And while yeah, she could have reported him and they could have brought Celeste back and she could have said, no, this man's too old for you. He's grooming you. You shouldn't be with him. But she kept leaving. Like, I think the mother was like, well, y'all shouldn't be together. But at this point, what do I do? You've run away, 4 or 5 times, however many times, to be with him in the Hollywood Hills. And like when she's running away, she doesn't want to necessarily. I don't know. It's weird because if she's running away and they locate her in the Hollywood Hills, it would make me think that every single time she reported them missing, she would automatically say, go to David's house, go to the Hollywood Hills to bring her back. But I think it was shortly after. I think it was they located her in the Hollywood Hills and they brought her back, and then she left again because she let Celeste go to the movies with David, and it was after that she didn't come back. I think at that point she kind of gave up. Kane's Nana said, what does the sh stand for? And I think it stands for, basically be quiet until you turn 18.
Many
And I
celebrities have that tattoo.
They do, and I did in the beginning question whether it was, like, because of trafficking, but then as I got to know the situation and saw, all of the models looking exactly like Celeste, his song lyrics and everything, it made me think that he was obsessed with her, not necessarily trying to traffic her.
I would have thought it was a clever way to tell your friends to shut the heck up at the club when you're trying to dance and they're trying to talk to you.
That's a good way to do that. I like that one. Dystopic said, "Either way, there's traffic. Sex doesn't have to happen. Money exchange hands, transporting from one county to another happened." So, mm, yeah, I mean, maybe they could charge him with trafficking if that's what they were trying to do, and I do think he'll get hit with some charges in the end. But I don't think he killed her. Yeah, basically, harlot. What Abraham said, I always took it as a silly because it's tattooed on the finger people put up to their lips when they shush someone. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of it. Rihanna has that tattoo. Quite a few people have that tattoo.
Recently also tore his house apart in search of evidence. And from the photos going around on the internet, it seems like they found a lot and will be going in for an arrest any day from now. In fact, his house is just 6 minutes away
agree.
from the impound his car was at. So police are now theorizing that he unalived her in the house, then drive the body to the impound to abandon it there.
That he appeared to have been staying in the Hollywood Hills. So we now find out that they were testing for blood. There's something called luminol, which can light up a
Everyone's seen
floor.
this on CSI.
Yeah.
That they spray it and it, allows them to see where if there are traces of blood, even if it's been cleaned up.
So they were looking, on the floors. They were looking in drains to see if there were any traces of blood. We don't know what the results of the search were, but it's significant because the Tesla that contained her body in the trunk was parked nearby. And so it seems like their working theory is she might have been in the house.
Or dismembered in the house and then placed in that car and parked, a block and a half away.
Right, and we should say that the police have not named a suspect yet. The police have not named a person of interest yet, but that doesn't mean they don't have one. They got a search warrant, which means they clearly were able to show a judge that there was probable cause to believe a crime was committed. But the police have been playing this really close to the vest.
One of Celeste's neighbors said her
Abellis, I'll play his song as the outro today. So you can hear that romantic homicide song. Yeah, there is a reason minors are illegal. I was gonna say about the luminol testing. At this point, we know when they searched his house, which was quite a while ago. So at this point, I would think if they found blood when they were testing with the luminol, he would have at least been named a person of interest. And you were talking about henna tattoos, dystopic. It's a possibility, but I think they were real tattoos, because that's how she ended up being identified. Her mother said when she heard about it, her mother, said that she has a tattoo on her finger, and that's how they identified her. I think his was red, but it could be red tattoo, like actual ink. I don't know. Oh, and real quick, Hannah, my love, where is it? Said that. Hold on, let me find it again. Hold on. Yeah. It means hush and was popularized by celebrities like Rihanna, Lindsay Lohan, and Lily Allen. Thank you. Oh yeah, she used a fake ID for sure. I mean, but they reference her having a bunch of fake IDs that said she was older than she was, which doesn't surprise me because he's a celebrity and his manager was living there as well. So I mean, like a lot of people knew about the relationship, but I think they saw it as they were in love. I mean, the people closest to them, I think they saw it as they were in love, and so they didn't turn them in necessarily, and maybe they should have. I don't know. Must have been a really good idea, D, because places are tattoo shops and clubs have good ways to determine when an ID is fake. Yeah, if we're talking about a celebrity, they probably have access to really good tattoos. I mean, hell, his manager might have got it for her. Excuse me, who knows? People are saying her sister. I haven't heard that about. I've heard her sister was trafficking her or something or pimping her out, but I'm choosing not to believe that's true. I hope to God I'm right on that, because I can't even fathom somebody doing that to their sister. That's ridiculous. I can't think of it. It's just too horrible. Kalisa said also, when you have money, you can pay someone to come tattoo at your house. Yeah, they have babies like at their house. The doctor comes to the house, and that's like not even people that are celebrities. People with money, but not even necessarily the type of money celebrities have, will have like doctors that come to their house and things. So yeah, I definitely think.
But even if they go to your house, the tattoo artist, they could lose their license to do that. Why would you risk it? I mean,
Well, I mean,
that's
if you're
crazy.
doing if you're doing a tattoo for a celebrity and, they're like, "Oh yeah, she's, this age and she looks that age," you might not question it. Or even if you knew she was underage and you're like, "Man, I'm not going to tell anybody, that you did this, and I'll pay you freaking, what, maybe $2,000 to tattoo on her finger because that's what she wants." They
Yeah.
might do it knowing that they'll never say anything. I don't know. The sister rumor comes from an unverified online post by someone who vaguely identified themselves. Yeah, see, I'm gonna hope that I'm gonna hope it's fake. Hanging out with Benny Blanco, the guy that just married Selena Gomez. I don't doubt it.
Family was allowing her to ran off with David when she was as young as 13. She even began financially dependent on him. And of course, he didn't mind at all, because all he had to do was give them a couple thousands and they'll let him have their 13-year-old daughter in his house for as long as he wanted. And in case you're doubting this, there are messages between him and Celeste in which she was telling him that her parents were annoying, to which he replied, "Don't worry, I'll fix it." He knew a little PayPal transfer was going to make them back off. And apparently he was giving them up to $10,000 a week.
We may now have evidence that
Wow.
Celeste's family knew about her relationship with David and allowed it. And this comment from 2024 is getting a lot of attention. So someone in Celeste's community commented on a post saying, "I live in Lake Elsinore, 5 to 10 minutes away. There was so much more going on. Her family knew he was with her since she was 11. They didn't care. All they cared for was the money given to them." She said, unfortunately, she was reported missing in 2024, but they all knew where she was. Even her friends extorted David with money so they wouldn't say where she was staying. I think the mom should be held responsible too for allowing a child to move in with a boyfriend at that age. There's a lot more than what's being said. Here in Elsinore, all her friends are talking about it because she was in communication with them. So sad. She said she would sneak out at age 11, even though her neighborhood is horrible, but her parents saw that he had money and became more dependent and would let her leave the house at 13, even though he was 18. She said her mother sold her for $10K a week and he paid so that he wouldn't be seen as a... Which does add up with their Discord messages of her complaining about her parents and him saying, "Don't worry, I'll fix it." And the other crazy thing is that people found this comment on one of David's videos back in 2024 where someone named Robin River said he's waiting on the cops to get David for messing with minors. This is long...
Now, speaking about the family knowing where she was at, they reported her missing. They had the police go and get her and bring her back. And the brother said that they told police where she was at and the police wouldn't do anything. Because again, at that point, they were probably like, "We keep going and getting her and she keeps running right back. I mean, I don't know what else he wants us to do." And so, yeah, maybe they were paying him, maybe they were paying her family money, but I also don't think that they gave up or were just like, "Yeah, you could have her," because they said they told police where she was at and they wouldn't go get her, and they had reported her missing. Even if they were, like, the mom's not going to be held accountable because she was reported missing at the time. The tattoo artist refuses to do her tattoo. That was Vanessa on the balcony. Absolutely nobody listened. Who's Vanessa? Yeah, who's Vanessa? Was thinking the same thing. I wish people didn't make stuff up and were as committed to the truth as we all are. Sadly, it's not the case. So many choose sensationalism over the truth. I agree. I wish people wouldn't do that either. It'd make it a lot easier to decipher these cases and things.
Who is Vanessa?
I think it might be the tattoo artist or a friend.
Because somebody, so I don't know if it was in this chat or in another chat, somebody said, "Has anybody asked where her cell phone is?" And I'm like, unless you have it, what relevance does that have with this case? Because what if it wasn't there? I mean, yes, the cell phone can hold information, but what if it was tossed away? What do we need to ask about the cell phone? It's kind of like, just I think people are just trying to be silly because
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't think necessarily Vanessa is tied to the case, but other than being a tattoo
oh,
artist
okay.
from the area who might have given her the tattoo. If people are asking for Vanessa's cell phone, I don't think it would necessarily be related other than to prove she gave her the tattoo. People thought it was Celeste, but all three somewhat resemble. Oh, okay. So Vanessa was another girl that resembled Celeste because there's been a lot of people around him that look like Celeste, as we can see in the videos. So, like, he definitely had a type and a obsession with her, in my opinion. So, evidently, people thought that Vanessa was Celeste, and it was the girl on the balcony. Remember the video? I didn't play it here because I thought it was a fake from the beginning. But there was a girl on a balcony at a concert, and everybody was like, that's Celeste," and it was blurry, and you couldn't tell. But I think Dystopic is saying that that was the girl Vanessa, and that is the tattoo artist who did the tattoos that everybody was saying that was Celeste, but it's since been proven that it was not Celeste.
Oh, okay. I thought they were
Vanessa
just
was
like throwing a name out there.
okay. Yeah, it's confusing with this. There's so many.
And
Dystopic
then
said
all the
Vanessa was.
girls look alike. That's crazy. Like all the girls in his life all
Yep.
looked alike all of a sudden.
Yep.
Talk about bad
I
luck.
think. I think it was on purpose. Again, I think he was obsessed with her. I think he worshipped the ground she walked on. Dystopic said Vanessa went on tour, but Celeste was told she couldn't go. And again, that's probably because she was underage. Yeah, I know. We're gonna finish this video and then I'm gonna go for the day. So if the mother is not afraid to report her daughter missing, then why did she reach out to TMZ and not the police? Well, because I think the police didn't do shit because she had reported her missing and the police weren't doing shit. They do. The manager said she couldn't go allegedly. So if she didn't go, where was she at? And that's going to solve the whole entire case, Dystopic. And I believe that the manager said she couldn't go because she was underage.
Before many of us knew about him and Celeste would be around 13 at that time. Since then, his account has blown up and people are waiting and hoping that whoever this is gives us some answers. Rest in peace to Celeste. Let me know what you guys think, and as anything comes out, I'll keep you guys updated.
Even before the police confirmed that it was really Celeste in that car, her friends also knew it was her. This guy is a weirdo. A close friend's little sister from the IE ran away last year, and this is who she was with. We think her sister was her out. She was in 7th grade at the time. LAPD swept his place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who is in the car. Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore.
Now, that was the comment. That's the only thing we've seen about her sister allegedly pimping her out, which I'm going to again go with who the hell is this we don't know who this person is. They could be posting it just to get a lot of views because people do that. I'm hoping it's not true. Yes, exactly. Yes, Dystopic. Dystopic said police will put forth limited efforts for, quote, habitual runaways. Exactly.
Boom, 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 bam.
And I think that's the issue here. She kept running away.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true.
Kalisa said, except he bragged about throwing boiling water on his girlfriend, which is pretty scary. He would think it's okay to abuse a girl like that. He did allegedly in a video, but if I think about a maturity level, do I think he probably wouldn't actually do that, but him being immature and young, saying stupid shit that they would never do. Plus, I mean, Lord, if I remember the first person I fell in love with, Lord, when we fought, I was like, I'm gonna die if you are not with me, and I just don't want to live anymore. I can't live without you. All of the things, like it, I don't. I think it could have been like that between them too. So I don't. I mean, just saying stupid shit like, "Oh, I'll pour boiling water on you if you try to leave." Like, I don't think he would actually do it. Just saying shit to make her stay. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Abraham. Go ahead.
No, okay. About the comment you just put up about Eddie, he says because the phone pings off the cell phone cell phone tower, me towers, also obviously valuable information. I understand. Yes, I know. We know that the phone holds valuable information, but the way the person says it, it's like we're not talking about this, and we're
You cut out, Abraham. But I think what Abraham was saying before he cut out was that not what he was talking about was everybody trying to find this person Vanessa's phone, not trying to find Celeste and David's phone. Like obviously, yeah, we want to know where Celeste and David's phone are because yeah, that's going to give us the location of where they were. I think he's talking about this girl Vanessa's phone, which people were mistaking to be Celeste in the balcony in the Maryland concert. What's wrong? Miss North, what's wrong? And especially if they were going to different countries for tour, then she would not be able to get into certain countries, especially being reported missing. That would cause many problems for the tour. Again, yes, Miss King.
boom, 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 bop, bam.
Oh, I lost Abraham. You don't need the actual fold to get the details. What? You got me upset. What's wrong, Miss North? He posted a TikTok saying he poured boiling water on his girlfriend for talking to a guy. Okay, so I misunderstood. That's interesting. I wonder if it was for like his image, his alter ego, or if he actually did it. So, Abraham, I was telling Eddie that I was thinking you weren't talking about like Celeste and David's phone. Were you talking about Vanessa's phone? Like it wouldn't be necessary to get her phone?
No, I just thought that somebody just threw Vanessa's name out there just like that, without any, like just to name someone.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you for clearing that up.
Sorry, I got
What?
kicked out because when I get a phone call for some reason, it just kicks me out.
Oh, it does that to me too when I'm up on somebody's panel. You're
Yeah.
good. Miss North said there's literally zero reason for him to give her family money. What the fuck? Good point. You mean like popping in on September 1st on a PJ after the August 31st Cali Uchi concert? He did a live stream and exposed his location. That's interesting.
Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore. Multiple messages from Celeste's friends leaked on Discord. Once again, they were accusing him of taking Celeste's life, even before the police knew the decomposed body was Celeste. Last me and Celeste talked, she was drunk and spam calling David. They have matching tattoos from when they dated. David used to have pictures of her up on his Instagram, but after they broke up, he took it off. Only thing throwing me off is the age, but I'm just going to assume she lied about her age to everyone in our friend group back then because they did date, and then 2 days after that call with me and her, she deleted her whole account. Pictures too. It turns out that after she disappeared from her family's house the second time, she was still in contact with her friends, but she randomly stopped texting them around the same time David would have allegedly taken her life. Some messages between him and Celeste also leaked, and in those messages, David admitted to paying her family over $10,000 a month and impregnating her. Celeste created another Discord account called Deleted User right before she died, and she used to talk to David a lot in this account. A few months ago, she posted this photo to her account wearing an engagement ring that David had given to her with a new tattoo that
Okay, now I see what you're saying about the henna tattoos because we didn't hear about her having David on her ring finger, so that could be a henna tattoo. And if that's a henna tattoo, the tattoo in red could also be a henna tattoo. It does look like henna to me if I put it up close like that. Miss North said, was Vanessa the model in his videos? I think it's a good possibility because she was allowed to go on tour while Celeste was not. And evidently the girl looked just like Celeste because they thought it was Celeste in the balcony on the tour in Maryland or at the concert in Maryland. It's like me saying we aren't talking about the mailman who delivered mail that day. Yeah. Oh, Miss Woozy said, I've seen that exact photo without a tattoo and also with a tattoo. It's fake. Thank you for that. So that tells us that at least some of the information in this video could be fake or definitely is fake.
said David. There were also several photos of David in Celeste's neighborhood, creeping around the whole place. People in the neighborhood claim he used to come there a lot to see her and sometimes pick her up. Now, remember
Yeah.
what I said earlier about David's brother Caleb coming out to speak out against him? Word on the street is that right after David stopped cooperating with the police, they reached out to his brother
Right.
Caleb, and Caleb actually agreed to talk to them. Caleb is reportedly disgusted by what David did, and he is ready to tell them everything they need to know to get Celeste the justice she deserves. Even with all this, what really got people were all the references to Celeste he made in his music. Mind you, all these songs were recorded way before Celeste disappeared, meaning that he had been premeditating the whole thing way before he actually committed the crimes. In his song Romantic Homicide, he sang the lyrics, "In the back of my mind, you died, and I didn't even cry. Not a single tear. In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it."
This case keeps on getting weirder and darker, so David the singer.
Okay, so I'm gonna probably stop this video here because we know that that one tattoo could be fake. David has not even been named a person of interest, and his songs, I think that's just his artistic the way he did his art. I don't necessarily think that he had any that he was directing it like, meditating a homicide freaking years in advance. And about the brother, if he really said, "I'm disgusted with what David did," and cooperating fully with the police, he doesn't know that that's what David did. And I would think that maybe again, like, why would you say definitively, I'm disgusted with what he did, and like, come out here in the media saying that about your brother unless you're jealous of him or something that we don't know.
And how do we even know that these accounts are even real and they're coming from the people who are saying these things?
Right. Right. There's no way to confirm if these accounts are even real because, I mean, obviously it's a high profile case. So there's going to be a bunch of fake accounts and things like that. That's to be expected. Hell, there was fake accounts with the Jack and Lily Sullivan case. All right. I'm going to play, hold on. For our closing song today, since Abellis hasn't heard it and we talked about it before, we will play Romantic Homicide to close out. Abraham,
Well,
thank you for coming up and thank you for your input.
thank you for having me.
Yeah. Your input was very valuable and I appreciate all your insight. And I appreciated the conversation that we had, especially the grooming conversation, because you did help me look at it in a different way. Even though, even when people strongly disagree with, a thought, opinion, or speculation, I'm glad that we can all talk about it and be calm about it and discuss it, as a theory and work that theory. And I greatly appreciate your insight.
Like adults.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. Have a happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Bye.
Bye. Kate says, in my opinion, I feel someone was jealous of their relationship, but he ran from his home, I heard, so now I don't know. Yeah, evidently they what did they do? They canceled the lease and moved out of the home. But if you're thinking from like a celebrity type standpoint, his manager probably thought that was the best idea because if he was still staying there, people would be in the front yard, the media, all of the things. So they probably did that even if he wasn't guilty. They could have done that to keep the media from being there and all of that. Thank you guys for spending my birthday with me. As I said, Mr. Speculating's out of town, so I would have been here, just hanging out anyway. I appreciate y'all. Kate said, in my opinion, I feel like someone was jealous of their relationship, but he ran from his home now, so I don't know. Yeah, I think somebody might have been jealous of their relationship too and could be framing him or jealous of the money he was making by accident because, again, he started this by playing Fortnite and trying to make music to go in the background of his Fortnite video playing because he kept getting copyright strikes. So it's interesting. Dystopic said, when Discord was up, you could see it in real time. Yeah. The fake accounts do that because it gets a bunch of views and then they make money off of it. It's sick. Yep. Now, a year or so later, people are going to question the validity of it. Yep, I agree. I agree. Thank you, Abraham. Yes, a lot of people said thank you. Miss North said, if my child said anything he wrote in his lyrics, we'd be at the psychiatrist immediately. We're gonna dip into that. I might play Celeste 2. I think we'll play Romantic Homicide and Celeste. I do think any of us non-famous people had a body marinating in our car parked close to our house and it was a missing person we had a relationship with, we would at least be a person of interest. And yep, exactly. I damn sure couldn't do what he did and get away with it. None of us could. It does have to do with the money he has. I pulled you and then just kicked you from the studio to help you go, Abraham. And thank you again for your input. Technically, they broke the lease. Owner more than likely told them to get gone. Possibly, yeah. Almost thought about just resetting my phone and getting. Oh no, I kicked you. I did that to make it easier for you to go. And yes, thank you so much. I hope you guys have a happy Lord of mercy. Thank you all for the happy birthday wishes, and I hope you guys have a good evening. Moving bands were seen. Yep. So I'm gonna play both songs. I'm gonna play we'll start with Celeste, and then we will play Romantic Homicide so you can see the lyrics, and then I'll go for the day. I want to thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me. I think we've been here about 5 hours. And okay. I'm trying to find the song. Yeah, this is it. I think we've been going, yep, 5 hours and 23 minutes. And he hasn't made a comment since all this happened. You are correct. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I appreciate all the happy birthday wishes and all the kind support from you guys. I greatly appreciate hanging out with you guys every day. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for talking with me about this case and sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations, because it helps us to be able to talk about these things. Thought you saw David with the ring. Oh my goodness. Oh, please tell Rocco I said thank you. That's so sweet. It's midnight. Girl, you better get some sleep. All right, so this is the song Celeste, allegedly unreleased. Anybody watching the replay, this probably won't be in it, but you can definitely look it up. If I remember, I'll link it. After this, I'll come back and we'll play Romantic Homicide. The song was allegedly unreleased. Thank you, guys. Oh, no, thank you. Okay, now we're going to do Romantic Homicide, and then I'm going to go for the day. All right, y'all. Oh, let me put myself on stage. All right, y'all. Thank you for being here. It's not old. It's not old. And he did own the car that 14-year-old Celeste was found in, deceased. Has that Pink Floyd melody of a song we used to watch the laser shows to. I love Pink Floyd. All right, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you all for the birthday wishes and have a good night. Stay